Hello and welcome to Black Magic, your home for amazing stories. Today's story is what if Harry wandered into Forbidden Forest at age 6 and the Centaurs crowned him the star child of ancient prophecy. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy it, and subscribe if you haven't already. We post new stories regularly. Let's get started. Chapter 1, The Forest's Embrace. Harry ran faster than he'd ever run before. His small 6-year-old legs pumped beneath him, lungs burning as Dudley and his gang shouted somewhere behind him. He'd never made it this far before, past the playground, through the small wooded area at the edge of Little Whinging, and into the deeper woods beyond where Dudley's gang rarely ventured. "We're gonna get you, freak." Dudley's voice echoed, but it sounded distant now. Harry ducked under a fallen tree, his oversized hand-me-down shirt catching on a branch. He tugged it free and kept moving, deeper into the unknown forest. The rational part of his brain, the part that had learned early to calculate risk and survival under the Dursleys' roof, knew he should turn back soon. Uncle Vernon would be furious if he wasn't home to make dinner. But the immediate danger of Dudley's fists drove him forward. The woods grew thicker, darker. Harry couldn't hear his pursuers anymore, but something felt different about these trees. They seemed to lean in, watching him. The air smelled sharper, wilder. His heart hammered against his ribs as he slowed to catch his breath. "Where am I?" he whispered to himself, turning in a slow circle. No landmarks looked familiar. No houses peeked through the trees. Just endless forest stretching in all directions. A strange tingling sensation crept up his spine, the same feeling he got right before unexplainable things happened around him. Like when his hair grew back overnight after Aunt Petunia's horrible haircut. Or when he'd somehow ended up on the school roof while running from Dudley last month. Harry leaned against a massive oak tree, trying to think. Something rustled in the underbrush nearby. He froze. "Hello." His voice came out small and uncertain. The rustling grew louder. Harry backed away slowly, looking for somewhere to hide. A low-hanging branch from a nearby tree suddenly seemed to droop lower, offering shelter. Without questioning this stroke of luck, Harry scrambled beneath it, pressing himself against the trunk. From his hiding spot, he watched a wild boar emerge from the bushes, snuffling at the ground where he'd stood moments before. It was huge, bigger than any animal he'd seen outside of zoo pictures, with sharp tusks and wiry hair. The boar lifted its head, sniffing the air, then looked directly at Harry's hiding spot. Harry held his breath, willing himself to become invisible. The boar snorted once, then turned and trotted away through the trees. Only after the sound of the animal faded did Harry release his breath. Night was falling fast now, the forest growing darker by the minute. Strange noises, hoots, rustles, and distant howls, filled the air. Harry's empty stomach clenched with hunger and fear. "I need to find my way back," he murmured, stepping out from beneath the branch. He looked up at the darkening sky, hoping to spot the first stars to orient himself. His geography teacher had mentioned something about using stars to navigate, though he couldn't remember the details. As Harry tilted his head back, the canopy of trees seemed to part slightly, revealing a patch of twilight sky and the first evening stars. One star shone brighter than the others, pulsing with a blue-white light that seemed to reach down through the trees directly toward him. Harry stared, mesmerized. More stars appeared around it, forming a pattern he'd never seen before. The forest grew quieter, as if holding its breath along with him. Then he heard them, the soft thuds of hooves approaching from multiple directions. Harry spun around, searching for cover, but found himself in a small clearing bathed in starlight. The hoofbeats grew louder, more deliberate. Harry's legs trembled beneath him, but something kept him rooted to the spot, unable to run. They emerged from between the trees like shadows taking form, half-human, half-horse beings moving with grace that belied their massive size. Centaurs. Harry had seen pictures in a mythology book at school once, but these weren't illustrations. They were real, muscular, and towering over him with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. A human foal, rumbled one with a chestnut body and long black hair. In the deepest heart of our forest. Not just any human. This from a Palomino centaur with white blonde hair who stepped forward, blue eyes reflecting the strange starlight. Look at the sky. The gathering, Harry counted 8 centaurs now, tilted their heads upward in unison. The star formation seemed to pulse more intensely. The celestial crown, murmured a female centaur with flowing silver hair. It appears as foretold. Coincidence, snapped another, stamping his hoof. The human must be returned to his kind. The blonde centaur stepped closer to Harry, who remained frozen in place. What is your name, young one? Harry swallowed hard. Harry Potter, sir. A ripple of movement passed through the centaurs. Several exchanged glances or whispered to each other in a language Harry didn't recognize. I'm sorry for trespassing, Harry said quickly. I got lost running from my cousin. If you could just point me toward Little Whinging, Harry Potter, the blonde centaur repeated, cutting him off. He knelt on his forelegs, bringing his face level with Harry's. I am Firenze. Do you know why you're here? Harry shook his head. I told you, I got lost, no. Firenze's voice was gentle but firm. The forest called you here. The stars guided you. Tonight, of all nights, when the celestial crown appears for the first time in 7 centuries. The chestnut centaur stamped his hoof impatiently. This proves nothing, Firenze. The prophecy speaks of a child born of both worlds. And what world has this child known, Bane? Firenze challenged, rising to his full height again. Look at him. Harry shifted uncomfortably as all eyes turned to examine him. His 2 big clothes hung from his thin frame. A fresh bruise darkened his arm where Dudley had shoved him earlier. The lightning scar on his forehead seemed to tingle under their scrutiny. I see a human child, said Bane dismissively. I see a child marked by destiny, countered Firenze. The scar. The timing. The stars. The council must decide, declared the silver-haired female centaur. Bring him. Before Harry could protest, Firenze bent down beside him. Climb onto my back, Harry Potter. We have much to discuss, and these woods grow dangerous at night. Harry hesitated. Everything his rational mind knew told him not to go deeper into this strange forest with these mythological creatures. But something else, something that had always lived in the quiet corners of his heart, urged him forward. This felt right in a way nothing in his short life ever had. He climbed awkwardly onto Firenze's back, fingers grasping the centaur's human torso for support. The moment he settled, the entire herd began to move, flowing through the forest with impossible speed and silence. Trees blurred past as Harry clung tight, the wind rushing through his perpetually messy hair. They traveled for what seemed like hours but might have been minutes. Time felt strange in this place. The forest grew older around them, the trees massive and gnarled with age. Glimpses of other creatures flashed between trunks, things with glowing eyes or translucent wings that Harry couldn't properly see before they vanished. Finally, they emerged into an enormous clearing ringed by the largest trees Harry had ever seen. Their ancient trunks formed natural columns, their branches intertwining overhead to create a living cathedral open to the night sky. The celestial crown shone directly overhead, illuminating a gathering of at least 30 more centaurs. In the center of the clearing stood a massive stone table carved with symbols that seemed to shift when Harry tried to focus on them. Firenze approached this table and gently helped Harry dismount. Stand before the council stone, he instructed quietly. Harry approached the strange table on wobbly legs. The assembled centaurs formed a circle around him, their faces solemn in the starlight. An ancient-looking centaur with a gray-streaked beard and deeply lined face stepped forward. I am Megorian, leader of this herd. Why have you brought this human child before us, Firenze? Firenze bowed his head respectfully. The celestial crown shines upon us for the first time since the prophecy was recorded, Elder. I found this boy, Harry Potter, standing alone in our forest, guided here by forces beyond himself on this very night. Murmurs rippled through the gathered centaurs. Harry Potter, Megorian repeated thoughtfully. The human wizards speak of a child by this name. The one who survived the killing curse, said the silver-haired female centaur. The one marked with lightning. Harry's hand automatically went to his scar. You know about my scar? We know many things, young one, Megorian replied. The stars speak to us of great events in all realms, including the human wizard world. Wizard world? Harry echoed, his voice small with confusion. I don't understand. The centaurs exchanged glances again. Bane stepped forward impatiently. He knows nothing of his heritage. He is not the star child. The prophecy clearly states, the prophecy, interrupted Forenza, speaks of a child of magic blood who knows not his power, lost between worlds, found beneath the celestial crown. It speaks of one who bears the mark of death's failure. He gestured toward Harry's scar. Harry's head spun. Prophecies? Magic blood? None of this made sense, and yet, hadn't strange things always happened around him? Hadn't he always felt different, out of place? Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon certainly treated him like he didn't belong in their normal world. I want to understand, Harry said suddenly, his voice stronger than he expected. Please, tell me what this means. Megorian studied him for a long moment, then nodded toward the council stone. Place your hand upon the stone, Harry Potter. Harry approached the ancient table. Up close, he could see the symbols more clearly, stars, animals, plants, and other shapes he couldn't identify, all carved into the weathered surface. He stretched out his small hand and pressed his palm against the cool stone. Instantly, warmth spread up his arm. The carved symbols began to glow with soft blue light that matched the pulsing star overhead. The light spread, tracing patterns across the stone's surface until it formed a clear image, a young boy standing between two worlds, one hand reaching toward the stars, the other extended toward a castle in the distance. Gasps and murmurs erupted from the centaurs. Megorian's eyes widened. The star child signs his name upon our sacred stone, he intoned formally. The prophecy awakens. The warmth from the stone intensified, flowing through Harry's entire body now. The forest around him seemed to come alive, trees swaying without wind, creatures emerging to watch from the shadows, the stars overhead burning brighter. For a moment, Harry felt connected to everything around him, as if the boundary between himself and the forest blurred. When he finally removed his hand, the glowing image remained on the stone. What does it mean? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Megorian exchanged a long look with the council before answering. It means, Harry Potter, that you are not merely the child the wizard world calls the boy who lived. To us, to the forest, to the ancient magic that runs deeper than human wizardry, you are the star child, a bridge between worlds prophesied to come when the divide between magical kinds grows too wide. I don't know how to be any of those things, Harry admitted. I'm just, Harry. Forenza stepped forward again. That is why you are here, Harry. To learn what both worlds would teach you. The human wizards will claim you soon enough, their prophecy demands it. But our prophecy came first, written in the stars countless seasons before theirs. The boy must still be returned to the human world tonight, Bane insisted. His disappearance will cause chaos. Megorian raised his hand for silence. The star child comes to us on the prophesied night, beneath the celestial crown. The stone accepts him. He turned to Harry. The ancient pact is clear. We offer you a choice, Harry Potter, as is your right under the Starlight Covenant. Harry looked up at the imposing centaur, confused but somehow sensing the importance of this moment. You may return to the human world tonight, and we shall watch over you from afar until you return to the wizarding world proper, Megorian continued. Or you may stay with us, learning the ways of the forest and the ancient magic, until that same time comes. Either path leads to your destiny, but by different routes. Harry thought of the Dursleys, of Dudley's fists and Aunt Petunia's sneers, of sleeping in a cupboard and never belonging. Then he looked around at the ancient forest, alive with magic he could somehow feel thrumming in his veins. The choice wasn't really a choice at all. "I want to stay," he said firmly. "I want to learn." Bane snorted in disapproval, but Megorian nodded solemnly. "So be it. Firenze, you found the Star Child. He is your responsibility until the human wizard world reclaims him." Firenze bowed deeply. "I accept this honor. But," Megorian continued, his voice hard, "certain accommodations must be made. The human wizard Dumbledore must be informed. He searches for the boy already, disturbing the forest boundaries with his magic. We will not have war with the wizards over this child." "I'll go myself," offered the silver-haired female centaur. "Dumbledore has shown our kind respect in the past." Harry's mind raced. "Who's Dumbledore?" "The headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Firenze explained. "A powerful wizard who has some knowledge of your importance to the wizard world." "And my aunt and uncle?" Harry asked hesitantly. The centaurs exchanged dark looks. "Those who mistreat a foal have no right to claim it," Megorian stated firmly. "The wizard Dumbledore placed you with them for reasons of his own. He must answer for that choice." Something settled in Harry's chest, a weight lifting that he hadn't even realized he'd been carrying. He wouldn't have to go back to Privet Drive. He wouldn't have to see the Dursleys again. "Tonight begins your new life, Harry Potter," said Firenze gently. "The path of the Star Child is not an easy one, but you will not walk it alone." As if in response to his words, the celestial crown overhead flared brilliantly, shooting beams of light down through the canopy. The centaur herd raised their arms in unison, calling out in their strange language. Harry felt the magic surge around him, through him, binding him to this moment and this place. For the first time in his young life, Harry Potter felt like he was exactly where he belonged. Morning came with dappled sunlight filtering through leaves and the soft sounds of the forest waking. Harry opened his eyes to find himself nestled in a bed of soft moss and sweet-smelling grasses, covered with a light blanket woven from some silvery material he didn't recognize. "You're awake." Firenze approached, carrying something in his hands. "You must be hungry." Harry sat up, memories of the previous night flooding back. He half expected to find himself in his cupboard, the entire experience just a fantastic dream. But the centaur standing before him was undeniably real, as was the forest surrounding them. "I am," Harry admitted, his stomach growling on cue. Firenze handed him a wooden bowl filled with berries, nuts, and what looked like honey drizzled over the top. "Forest breakfast. You'll need to learn which plants are safe to eat." Harry took the bowl gratefully and began to eat. The berries burst with flavor more intense than anything he'd tasted before, and the honey was rich and complex. "Where are we?" he asked between bites. "Is this where you live?" Firenze gestured to their surroundings. They were in a smaller clearing than the council ground, with a stream running along one edge and several trees growing in a perfect circle, their trunks hollow to form natural shelters. "This is my dwelling place. Each centaur maintains their own territory within our forest realm. You will stay here with me until you've learned enough to wander safely." Harry finished his breakfast and stood, taking in his new home. "What happens now?" "Now," said Firenze, "we begin your education." He pointed toward the stream. "First, clean yourself. Then we will see what the Star Child knows of the world." The water was cold but refreshing. Harry washed away the dirt and sweat from the previous day, feeling oddly like he was washing away his old life as well. When he finished, he found his old clothes gone, replaced with a simple tunic made of the same silvery material as his blanket. "What is this?" he asked, running his fingers over the soft fabric. "Woven moonseed silk," Firenze explained. "It grows stronger in starlight and will protect you from minor scratches and bites. The forest has many wonders, Harry, but also many dangers. Once dressed, Harry followed Firenze along the stream. They walked rather than rode, Firenze explaining that Harry needed to learn the forest paths on foot first. Your education will differ from both human children and centaur foals, Firenze said as they walked. You must learn the wisdom of the stars and forest that we teach our young, but also control the wizard magic that runs in your blood. I'm really a wizard? Harry asked, still struggling to believe it. You are. One with considerable potential, if the prophecies are true. Your parents were powerful wizards themselves. Harry stopped in his tracks. You knew my parents? Firenze shook his head. Not personally, but their names were known to us. Lily and James Potter stood against the dark wizard who sought to destroy you. Aunt Petunia said they died in a car crash, Harry said quietly. Firenze's expression darkened. They were murdered, Harry. By a wizard so feared that most still won't speak his name. He tried to kill you too, but somehow you survived, and his power was broken. Harry's hand went to his scar again. This is from him. Not a car crash. It is the mark where killing magic touched you and failed, something that should be impossible. That is why the human wizards call you the boy who lived. They reached a small pool where the stream widened. Firenze gestured for Harry to sit on a flat rock beside the water. Look into the pool, Harry. Tell me what you see. Harry leaned over and peered into the still water. At first, he saw only his reflection, a small, skinny boy with untamable black hair and bright green eyes behind round glasses that had been broken and repaired too many times. Then the water seemed to shift, and for a moment, he thought he saw other faces, a woman with his same green eyes, a man whose hair matched his own. I think I saw my parents, he whispered. Firenze nodded. The seeing pool reflects what is important for the viewer to see. That you see them suggests their legacy within you remains strong. He seated himself beside Harry. Today, we begin with the most fundamental lesson, listening to the forest. The days that followed established a rhythm unlike anything Harry had known before. Each morning began before sunrise with star watching, Firenze teaching him to recognize constellations and their meanings. After breakfast came physical training, running through the forest, climbing trees, learning to move silently across different terrains. Your body must become strong if your magic is to flow properly, Firenze explained when Harry collapsed, exhausted after his third attempt to climb an enormous oak. Centaur foals run for hours each day to build strength. I'm not a centaur, Harry pointed out, panting. No, Firenze agreed with a rare smile. But neither are you a typical human wizard. The star child must draw strength from both worlds. Midday brought lessons in forest craft, identifying plants and their properties, tracking animals, finding water and food. Firenze was a patient teacher, but he never lowered his expectations. When Harry mistook a poisonous mushroom for an edible one, the centaur made him study fungi exclusively for 3 days until he could identify every variety in the forest blindfolded. Afternoons were devoted to more mystical studies. Harry learned to meditate by the seeing pool, gradually training his mind to perceive the subtle energies that flowed through the forest. He studied the centaur language, both spoken and written, and the ancient histories carved into the council stone. Magic is different for us than for human wizards, Firenze explained during one such lesson. Wizards channel magic through wands, focusing it into specific spells. Our magic flows through our connection to the stars and earth. The star child prophecy suggests you may eventually bridge these approaches. But I don't have a wand, Harry pointed out. Not yet. When the time comes for you to enter the wizard world, you will receive one. Until then, we focus on magics that require no such tool. Those magics proved both subtle and profound. Harry learned to call small creatures to his hand, to sense approaching weather, to find his way by starlight, and to communicate with the ancient trees. The magic never manifested in dramatic bursts like the accidental magic he'd experienced with the Dursleys. Instead, it grew like the forest itself, slowly, steadily, taking root deep within him. The forest responds to intent and respect, Forenza taught him. Force commands nothing here. Evenings brought what quickly became Harry's favorite time, stories beneath the stars. The entire herd would gather in the council clearing, where Megorian or the elders would recount ancient tales of Centaur history, magical creatures, and the cosmos. Harry would sit beside Forenza, wrapped in his moonseed blanket, listening in wonder as the stories came alive in the starlight. Not all the Centaurs accepted his presence easily. Bane remained openly suspicious, and several others kept their distance. But as weeks turned to months, even the most skeptical began to acknowledge the changes in the forest since Harry's arrival. The trees grew more vibrant. Magical creatures long unseen ventured closer to Centaur territories. The stars seemed brighter, their messages clearer. And Harry himself was changing, growing stronger and more confident with each passing day. 3 months after his arrival, as summer warmed the forest to its fullest, the silver-haired female centaur, Arianwen, Harry had learned, returned from a meeting with Dumbledore. "The wizard has agreed to our terms," she announced to the council. "The boy remains under our guardianship until his 11th year, when he must begin his formal wizard education. In return, we allow Dumbledore to visit once each season to observe the boy's progress." "And the human relatives?" Megorian asked. "They have been." Arianwen paused, choosing her words carefully with a glance toward Harry, persuaded that the boy is safe and being properly educated. A magic prevents them from speaking of his absence to other humans. Harry felt a complex mix of relief and hurt. Had the Dursleys even noticed he was gone? Did they care? He pushed the thoughts aside, focusing instead on the more immediate concern. "Dumbledore is coming here?" he asked. "The next full moon," Forenza confirmed. "You need not fear him, Harry. Whatever his plans for you, he cannot override the Star Covenant." The night Albus Dumbledore entered the Forbidden Forest, Harry waited with Forenza at the boundary where Centaur territory began. He'd never seen a human wizard before, at least, not that he could remember, and nervousness fluttered in his stomach. "Remember," Forenza advised quietly, "you are the Star Child. Stand with dignity." Harry straightened his back, brushing a hand over his tunic. His appearance had changed dramatically in just a few months. His skin had tanned from days in the forest sun, his body grown leaner and stronger from constant activity. The moonseed silk clothing he wore seemed to shimmer slightly in the moonlight. His hair remained as unruly as ever, but now fell past his shoulders in the centaur fashion, with small braids containing special stones and tokens of his achievements. A light appeared between the trees, not the harsh beam of a flashlight, but a soft, blue-white glow that reminded Harry of starlight. The light grew closer until it revealed an elderly man with a long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and flowing robes of midnight blue. He carried no visible source for the light, it simply hovered above his outstretched palm. "Forenza," the old wizard nodded respectfully. "Thank you for meeting me." "Dumbledore." The centaur returned the nod stiffly. The wizard's eyes moved to Harry, widening slightly. Whatever he had expected to find, Harry realized, this wasn't it. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said softly. "You have changed since I saw you last." "You've seen me before?" Harry asked. "When you were but an infant," Dumbledore confirmed. "After your parents' death, it was I who placed you with your aunt and uncle." Harry felt a surge of emotions, curiosity, resentment, confusion. Why them? They hated me. Hated magic. Dumbledore's expression grew solemn. "A decision I have questioned many times, especially now. There were protections I believed necessary, ancient magic tied to your mother's sacrifice and your aunt's blood. I thought you would be safest there until you were ready to rejoin the wizarding world." "He is safe here," Forenza stated firmly. "And learning magic far older than your protective spells." "So I see." Dumbledore studied Harry with intense blue eyes that seemed to see more than most. "May I ask what you have learned these past months, Harry?" Harry exchanged a glance with Firenze, who nodded permission. "I've learned the language of the Centaurs," Harry began. "And how to read the stars. I can identify every plant and creature in our territory. I've started learning healing magic and how to move through the forest unseen. Firenze says my connection to the forest magic is growing stronger every day." "Remarkable," Dumbledore murmured. "And are you happy here, Harry?" The question caught him by surprise. No adult had ever asked about his happiness before. "Yes," Harry answered without hesitation. "I belong here." Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, sadness, perhaps, or resignation. "I confess I had different plans for your upbringing. But the Centaurs have invoked ancient magic in claiming you as the Star Child. Magic even I must respect. The boy remains with us until his Hogwarts letter arrives," Firenze reiterated. "That was our agreement. And I shall honor it," Dumbledore assured them. "I ask only that I be permitted these seasonal visits, and that Harry be prepared for his eventual transition to Hogwarts. We are teaching him what he needs to know," Firenze said. "Including wand magic?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "That is your domain," the Centaur acknowledged. "We teach the magics we know." Dumbledore turned back to Harry. "Then perhaps, with Firenze's permission, I might bring you books on wizard history and theory during my visits. Nothing requiring a wand yet, but knowledge you will need." Harry looked to Firenze expectantly. The Centaur considered for a moment before nodding. Books would be acceptable. But no wizard tools or artifacts. "Agreed." Dumbledore smiled at Harry. "I look forward to watching your progress, Harry. You stand at the crossing of two magical traditions, something few wizards have experienced. It will make you unique when you come to Hogwarts." Harry wasn't sure if that was a good thing, but he nodded politely. "Thank you for the books, sir." As promised, Dumbledore returned each season, bringing books on wizard history, magical theory, and stories of Hogwarts. Harry devoured them eagerly, comparing the wizard approach to magic with what he was learning from the Centaurs. The differences were fascinating, the rare overlaps even more so. Years passed in this manner, each one deepening Harry's connection to the forest and its magic. He learned to communicate with a growing circle of magical creatures, first the unicorns, who seemed drawn to him despite their usual wariness, then the Thestrals, visible to him because he had witnessed death in his infancy. Even the Acromantulas, whose territory bordered the Centaurs, established an uneasy truce with the Star Human, as they called him. By his 9th birthday, Harry could navigate the entire forest blindfolded, tracking by sound and magic alone. He could brew healing poultices that even Megorian, with his centuries of experience, admired. He could read the stars with enough skill that younger centaurs sometimes came to him for help interpreting difficult conjunctions. "You learn quickly for a human," Bane grudgingly acknowledged after Harry correctly predicted a unicorn full birth to the exact hour. "Half my lessons come from your own son," Harry pointed out with a grin, referring to Bane's youngest, who had become a close friend despite his father's initial objections. The forest itself seemed to respond to Harry's growing abilities. Paths opened for him where none existed for others. Plants yielded their fruits more abundantly when he approached. Even the weather seemed milder in his vicinity, storms breaking around rather than over him, snow falling more gently where he walked. "The Star Child comes into his power," the centaurs murmured amongst themselves, watching as Harry communed with an ancient oak, his hands pressed against its bark, eyes closed in concentration. But Firenze remained concerned. "He grows too comfortable here," he confided to Megorian during Harry's 10th year. "The human wizard world will shock him when he must enter it. Then perhaps he should experience more of it before his Hogwarts letter arrives," Megorian suggested. "The next time Dumbledore visits, discuss this possibility." When Dumbledore made his winter visit, arriving in a swirl of snowflakes that seemed reluctant to land on him, Firenze proposed the idea. "Harry should see Diagon Alley and other wizard places," the centaur suggested. "Under your supervision and mine, of course." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with surprise and pleasure. I would be delighted to arrange it. It would indeed help ease his transition next year. Harry, now 10 and a half, could barely contain his excitement. When can we go? What will we see first? Can I meet other wizards my age? Patience, Firenze cautioned. Remember your forest training. Observe before engaging. 2 weeks later, disguised in wizard robes that felt stiff and confining after years of moonseed silk, Harry stood wide-eyed in the middle of Diagon Alley. Firenze couldn't accompany him into the crowded Wizard Street, a centaur would attract far too much attention, but Dumbledore had arranged for Rubeus Hagrid, Hogwarts gamekeeper, to join them. Hagrid, a giant of a man with a wild beard and kind eyes, had nearly crushed Harry in a hug when they met at the forest's edge. "Last time I saw ya was just a tiny baby," he'd said, wiping tears from his eyes. "And look at ya now, raised by centaurs. Dumbledore told me, oh, course, but seein', it's somethin' else. Ya look, wild, in a good way." Harry had taken an immediate liking to Hagrid, whose love for magical creatures matched his own. Now, trying not to gape at the extraordinary sights of Diagon Alley, Harry stayed close to Hagrid's enormous frame. Witches and wizards bustled past in colorful robes, carrying packages and wands. Storefronts displayed everything from broomsticks to bubbling cauldrons to books that moved on their own. "This is brilliant," Harry breathed, turning in a circle to take it all in. "But so crowded. And noisy." Hagrid chuckled. "Bit different from your forest, eh? Don't worry, you'll get used to it." They visited Flourish and Blots, where Harry selected additional books on subjects the Centaurs couldn't teach. They stopped at Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where Harry experienced ice cream for the first time, his eyes widening at the explosion of sweetness so different from forest honey and berries. They even peeked through the window of Ollivander's wand shop, though Dumbledore had made it clear that Harry wouldn't receive his wand until his official Hogwarts shopping trip the following year. "What's that?" Harry asked, pointing to a sleek broomstick displayed in a shop window, surrounded by admiring children. "That's the new Nimbus 2000 racing broom," Hagrid explained. "Fastest model yet, they say. Fair Quidditch, you know." Harry didn't know, so Hagrid launched into an enthusiastic explanation of the wizard sport, complete with wild hand gestures that nearly knocked over a passing witch. "Your father was a brilliant Quidditch player," Hagrid added. "Played chaser for Gryffindor. Bet you've got his talent." Harry absorbed this new information about his father hungrily. Dumbledore had shared some stories about his parents during his visits, but there was always more to learn. As they walked, Harry gradually became aware of something odd. People were staring at him, or more specifically, at his forehead, where his lightning scar was partially visible beneath his untamed hair. "Hagrid," he whispered, "why is everyone looking at me?" Hagrid sighed heavily. "Shoulda warned ya about that. You're famous, Harry. Everyone in the wizarding world knows the story of the boy who lived. Most of 'em recognize ya by that scar." Harry frowned, uncomfortable with the attention. In the forest, he'd earned respect through his actions and learning, not because of something he couldn't even remember. "I don't like it," he decided. "Let's go somewhere less crowded." Hagrid nodded understandingly and led him down a quieter side street. "Must be strange fare ya, after growin' up away from all this. Dumbledore says the Centaurs have taught ya different kinds of magic." Harry nodded, relaxing as the crowd thinned. "Not the kind you do with wands. It's more, feeling the magic in everything. Connecting with it instead of commanding it. Sounds a bit like what I do with the creatures," Hagrid mused. "Not exactly magic in the wizard sense, but an understanding, like." "Exactly." Harry grinned, pleased that Hagrid grasped the concept. "Firenze says wizard magic isn't better or worse than centaur magic, just different. I'll need to learn both to fulfill the prophecy." "Prophecy, eh?" Hagrid looked curious but didn't press. "Well, you'll learn plenty at Hogwarts, that's fair sure. Professor Dumbledore's the greatest wizard alive, and the other teachers know their subjects inside out. They spent the remainder of the day exploring the less crowded corners of Wizarding London. Harry's head spun with everything he'd seen and learned. By the time they returned to the forest boundary where Firenze waited, Harry felt both exhilarated and exhausted. "What did you think of the wizard world?" Firenze asked as they traveled back to Centaur territory. Harry considered the question carefully. "It's fascinating, but strange. Everything's so contained. Controlled. The magic feels different, more directed but less connected." He paused. "And apparently I'm famous, which is just weird." Firenze nodded. "Fame based on events you cannot remember is a hollow thing. Remember that when you enter their world permanently." "I wish I didn't have to go," Harry admitted quietly. "I'd rather stay in the forest with you." "The Star Child must walk both paths," Firenze reminded him, but his voice held warmth and understanding. "And you will always have a home here, Harry. The forest has claimed you as much as you have claimed it." The months following Harry's visit to Diagon Alley passed quickly. His education intensified as both Firenze and Dumbledore sought to prepare him for the transition ahead. Harry's 11th birthday approached with a mix of excitement and apprehension. On the morning of July 31st, Harry woke before dawn as usual, ready for his star-watching lesson. But when he emerged from his sleeping hollow, he found not just Firenze but the entire Centaur herd gathered in the clearing. "What's happening?" he asked, surprised. Megorian stepped forward. "Today you become 11, Star Child. The age when human wizards officially begin their magical education. We mark this transition with ceremony." The ceremony that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced in his 5 years with the Centaurs. The herd formed a circle around the clearing, their voices raised in an ancient chant that seemed to make the very air vibrate with power. Harry stood in the center as each centaur approached to place a token in his hands, a stone, a feather, a carved piece of wood, each representing a lesson or skill he had mastered. "These tokens contain our magic and memory," Arianwen explained. "Carry them when you leave us, and you carry part of the forest with you." Last came Firenze, bearing a tunic unlike any Harry had worn before. The moonseed silk gleamed silver in the dawn light, but woven into it were threads of blue, green, and gold that shifted with every movement. Symbols from the council stone had been embroidered around the collar and cuffs. "The Star Child leaves our forest today, but remains under our stars always," Firenze intoned formally, helping Harry don the tunic. "May this garment remind you of who you are, no matter where you walk." The ceremony concluded with a feast of forest foods, honey and berries, roots and nuts, and clear spring water that tasted sweeter than usual. As they ate, stories were shared of Harry's time with them, his first successful star reading, his healing of an injured unicorn foal, the time he'd gotten lost and managed to find his way back using only the moss patterns on trees. Even Bane contributed a story, describing grudgingly how Harry had once saved his youngest from quicksand using his strange human ingenuity. As the feast wound down, a familiar sound caught Harry's attention, the soft hoot of an owl approaching through the trees. The bird, a handsome tawny owl, landed gracefully on a nearby branch, a letter clutched in its beak. "Your Hogwarts letter arrives," Megorian observed. "Right on schedule." Harry accepted the letter with trembling hands. Though he'd known this day was coming for years, seeing his name written in emerald ink made it suddenly, undeniably real. "Mr. H. Potter, the Forest Hollow Centaur Territory Forbidden Forest." He broke the wax seal bearing the Hogwarts crest and unfolded the parchment inside. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards, dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. A second page listed required supplies, robes, books, a wand, a cauldron, and other items Harry had only read about in the books Dumbledore had brought him. "Dumbledore will arrive this afternoon to take you for your supplies," Firenze said quietly. "And to discuss arrangements for your transition." Harry nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. 5 years in the forest had changed him profoundly. He wasn't the frightened, neglected boy who had stumbled into the Centaurs' clearing anymore. He was the star child, connected to the ancient magic of the forest, reader of stars, friend to creatures both gentle and fierce. And now he would become a wizard too. Dumbledore arrived as promised, his eyes twinkling at the sight of Harry in his ceremonial tunic. "Happy birthday, Harry," he greeted warmly. "I see the Centaurs have marked the occasion in their own way." "Thank you, Professor." Harry had grown comfortable with the headmaster over years of seasonal visits. "I received my Hogwarts letter this morning." "Excellent. Then you're ready for our shopping expedition?" Dumbledore glanced at Firenze. "Unless you prefer to accompany us this time." The Centaur shook his head. "My place is here. But we have discussed the arrangements." He turned to Harry. "Remember everything you have learned, Star Child. The wizard world will challenge you in ways the forest has not." Harry nodded solemnly. "I'll make you proud." "You already have," Firenze replied, placing a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, a rare gesture of physical affection from the normally reserved Centaur. With a final goodbye to the gathered herd, Harry followed Dumbledore to the forest boundary. Questions tumbled through his mind, but one rose to the surface first. "Professor, where will I stay until school starts? I can't go back to the Dursleys after all this time." Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. "I've arranged for you to stay at Hogwarts itself. The castle is largely empty during summer, but Hagrid would be delighted to have your company. It will give you time to acclimate to the school before your classmates arrive." Relief washed through Harry. "That sounds perfect. I thought you might approve." Dumbledore smiled. "Now, shall we collect your school supplies? I believe a wand awaits you at Ollivander's." As they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Harry paused to look back. 5 years of memories, learning, and growth lay within those ancient trees. His first true home. "I'll be back," he whispered to the forest. "I promise." Then he turned and stepped into the wizard world, ready to begin the next chapter of his journey as both the boy who lived and the star child of ancient prophecy. Chapter 2, Two Worlds Colliding. "Look at him, what's he wearing? Is that Harry Potter? Why does he look so different?" The whispers followed Harry like persistent flies as he walked through platform 9 3/4, Hagrid's massive form beside him providing some buffer against the staring crowd. After a month living at Hogwarts, exploring the empty castle, helping Hagrid with the grounds, and devouring books from the library, Harry had almost forgotten how his appearance affected other wizards. His shoulder-length hair was pulled back with leather cords woven with tiny gemstones and feathers, gifts from the Centaur herd. The Hogwarts robes he'd reluctantly donned for the occasion hung open over his ceremonial moonseed tunic, which shimmered with its own subtle light even in the train station's shadows. His feet were clad in soft leather boots rather than the hard-soled shoes his classmates wore. 5 years in the forest had left him tanned, lean, and moving with a quiet grace that made him seem older than 11. "Ignore him," Hagrid advised, noticing Harry's discomfort. "They'd stare at ya anyway, even without the forest look. You're Harry Potter." "I still don't get why that's such a big deal," Harry muttered. "I was a baby. I didn't do anything. To them, ya defeated the darkest wizard of all time. Bound to cause a stir." Hagrid checked his pocket watch. "Train leaves in 10 minutes. Yeah, should find a compartment." Harry nodded, glancing at the scarlet steam engine. Though he'd been living at Hogwarts already, Dumbledore had insisted he take the traditional journey on the Hogwarts Express, to begin forming those essential first friendships. Now, looking at the crowded platform filled with staring students and parents, Harry wasn't so sure. "Do I have to?" I could just walk back to the castle with you. Hagrid chuckled. Nice try. Dumbledore's orders. Besides, might be good to meet some kids your own age. With a resigned sigh, Harry adjusted his owl cage. Inside, a snowy owl named Hedwig, Hagrid's birthday gift, clicked her beak reassuringly. At least he'd have one friend on the journey. All right, I'm going. He gave Hagrid a quick hug. See you at the feast. Good luck. Hagrid called as Harry made his way to the train. Finding an empty compartment, Harry settled by the window, grateful for a moment's peace. The train station chaos had been overwhelming after years in the forest, where even the Centaur gatherings maintained a certain natural harmony. Here, everything felt disconnected, the magic artificial, the energy scattered. He closed his eyes, centering himself as Firenze had taught him. Breathe in the magic, breathe out the tension. Connect to the core that remains constant. The compartment door slid open, interrupting his meditation. A lanky, red-haired boy stood in the doorway, looking uncertain. Sorry, but everywhere else is full. Mind if I sit here? Harry gestured to the empty seat. Go ahead. The boy entered, dragging his trunk. Thanks. He settled across from Harry, then did a double take. Blimey, are you? You are. You're Harry Potter. Harry bit back a sigh. That's what they tell me. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. The boy thrust out his hand, which Harry shook. Is it true you were raised by centaurs in the Forbidden Forest? My dad works at the Ministry and heard rumors, but everyone said Dumbledore was keeping it quiet. Yes, I've lived with the centaur herd for 5 years, Harry replied, surprised by the direct question. Since I was 6. Ron's eyes widened. Wicked. What was it like? Can you talk to animals? Is that why you're dressed like that? He gestured to Harry's clothing. Despite his initial wariness, Harry found Ron's straightforward curiosity refreshing. No whispering, no sideways looks, just honest questions. It was amazing, Harry said, warming to the subject. And this is my ceremonial tunic. The centaurs made it for my 11th birthday. It's moonseed silk, strengthens in starlight and protects against minor curses. Bloody brilliant, Ron breathed. My brothers told me you'd be all stuck up and full of yourself, being famous and all. But you're all right. Harry laughed, genuinely amused. Thanks. I guess. The train whistle blew, and moments later they lurched forward, pulling away from the station. As London gave way to countryside, Ron peppered Harry with questions about forest life, while Harry asked about growing up in a wizard family. So you've never played Quidditch? Ron asked incredulously when the topic turned to sports. I've read about it, Harry offered. And Hagrid says my dad was good at it. Read about it? That's like saying you've read about breathing. Ron launched into an enthusiastic explanation of the game's finer points, complete with dramatic reenactments that nearly knocked Hedwig's cage to the floor. Their conversation was interrupted when the compartment door slid open again. A round-faced boy with a worried expression peered in. Sorry, but have you seen a toad? I've lost mine. No, sorry, Ron replied. Harry tilted his head, considering. What's your toad's name? Trevor, the boy answered miserably. Closing his eyes briefly, Harry reached out with his senses as he'd learned to do when tracking in the forest. The magic was different here, contained within the train's metal shell, muddied by so many wizard presences, but he could still feel the faint traces of amphibian energy. He's 3 compartments down, Harry said, opening his eyes. Under the seat closest to the window. I can feel him there. The boy gaped. How do you, forest magic, Ron supplied proudly, as if he'd known Harry for years. He was raised by centaurs. I'm Neville Longbottom, the boy offered, looking at Harry with newfound awe. Would you mind helping me get Trevor? He keeps escaping. Harry stood. Sure. They made their way down the corridor, ignoring the stares from other compartments. In the third compartment, Harry knelt and reached under the seat, gently calling to the toad in the soft croaking language Firenze had taught him. A large toad hopped willingly into his palm. Trevor! Neville exclaimed. How did you do that? A bushy-haired girl sitting in the compartment looked up from her book. That wasn't any spell I've read about. What language was that? Amphibian Basic, Harry explained, handing the toad to Neville. Most forest creatures respond to simple communication in their own tongue. You can talk to animals? The girl asked, instantly fascinated. That's not in any of our textbooks. I've read them all already, you see, and the most advanced transformation magic only lets you become an animal, not communicate with them. She stood and extended her hand. I'm Hermione Granger. Harry Potter. Her eyes widened. Are you really? I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts. They got most of it wrong, Harry said with a shrug. I've seen those books. Hermione looked scandalized at the idea of books containing incorrect information. But they're published works. Written by people who weren't there and never asked me about it, Harry pointed out. Anyway, nice meeting you. Coming, Neville. As they returned to their compartment, Neville clutching Trevor tightly, Hermione followed, firing questions faster than Harry could answer. Was that wandless magic? Are you already trained? Is it true centaurs can predict the future through stars? Have you learned divination from them? What other languages can you speak? Ron rolled his eyes as they all squeezed into the compartment. Give him a chance to breathe, would you? Harry didn't mind the questions. Hermione's academic curiosity reminded him of his own endless queries when he'd first joined the centaur herd. He answered what he could, explaining the basics of centaur magic and how it differed from wizard spells. It's not about commanding magic to do what you want, he explained. It's about connecting with the magic that already exists in everything around you. But then how do you direct it to achieve specific results? Hermione pressed. Intent and respect, Harry said, repeating Firenze's teaching. You don't force, you request. The magic chooses whether to respond. Hermione frowned, clearly struggling with this concept. That doesn't sound very reliable. What if you need to defend yourself? The forest taught me plenty about defense, Harry replied with a smile that made Ron and Neville exchange nervous glances. The conversation shifted to Hogwarts houses, with Ron declaring his entire family had been in Gryffindor and Neville admitting his grandmother wanted him in Gryffindor too. What about you, Harry? Hermione asked. What house do you think you'll be in? Harry shrugged. Doesn't really matter to me. The centaurs taught me that dividing people creates unnecessary barriers. I'm more interested in what I'll learn than which dormitory I sleep in. Before Hermione could respond to this unorthodox view, the compartment door slid open yet again. A pale, blonde boy flanked by two larger boys stood in the entrance. They're saying Harry Potter is on the train, the blonde boy drawled, his eyes landing on Harry. So it's you, is it? Last I checked, Harry replied mildly. This is Crabbe and Goyle, the boy said, nodding to his companions. And I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron gave a slight cough that might have hidden a snicker. Malfoy shot him a cold look. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley. He turned back to Harry. You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand, but Harry didn't take it. Instead, he studied Malfoy with the calm assessment Firenze had taught him when encountering potentially hostile creatures. The centaurs taught me to judge individuals by their actions, not their family names, Harry said. So far, your actions tell me everything I need to know. Malfoy's pale face flushed pink. You'll regret that, Potter. Hanging out with riffraff like the Weasleys and that tubby crybaby will rub off on you. Harry stood, and something in his movement made all three boys step back instinctively. He hadn't drawn a wand, didn't even own one yet, but the air in the compartment seemed to thicken with tension. The forest has a saying, Harry said quietly. Tread carefully where you're unwelcome, or you may find the ground shifts beneath your feet. As if on cue, the train lurched around a bend, causing Malfoy to stumble slightly. The timing was coincidental, but the effect was perfect. The blond boy regained his balance with as much dignity as he could muster. We're nearly at Hogwarts anyway. Come on, he muttered to his companions, and they retreated down the corridor. Ron let out a low whistle as Harry sat down again. That was bloody brilliant. Did you see his face? You made the train move. Neville exclaimed. No, I didn't, Harry corrected. That was just good timing. Hermione looked skeptical. Was it really? I've read that powerful emotional magic can manifest unconsciously in young wizards. Harry just smiled enigmatically. The truth was, he didn't know himself whether he'd influenced the train's movement. Forest magic often worked that way, coincidences that weren't quite coincidental, nature responding to need in subtle ways. As the train neared Hogsmeade Station, they changed into their school robes, or rather, the others did. Harry simply fastened his robe over his tunic, refusing Ron's suggestion to change completely. Firenze made this for me, he explained. Taking it off would be disrespectful. You're going to stand out even more, Hermione warned. Harry shrugged. I already do. When they finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station, the familiar booming voice of Hagrid called over the crowd, Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Harry waved to Hagrid, who beamed at him over the sea of students. Following tradition, Harry joined the other first years in the boats crossing the lake to Hogwarts, though he'd already explored most of the castle during his month's residence. As their boat glided across the dark water, Hermione gasped at her first sight of the castle, its windows blazing with golden light. Ron and Neville looked equally impressed. Harry, while familiar with the structure, found himself seeing it anew through his companion's eyes, a massive stone edifice so different from the living architecture of the forest. The stone remembers, he murmured, sensing the ancient magic embedded in the castle walls. What was that? Hermione asked. Something Firenze taught me, Harry explained. Old structures absorb magic and memory over time. The longer they stand, the more they develop their own kind of awareness. Hermione looked intrigued. Like a sentient building? That's not mentioned in Hogwarts, a history at all. Not exactly sentient, Harry clarified. More like, resonant. It echoes with the magic that's been performed inside it. The boats reached the underground harbor, and the first years disembarked, following Hagrid up to the castle entrance where Professor McGonagall awaited them. Harry had met her briefly during his stay, finding her strict but fair, reminiscent of the more traditional Centaur elders. Welcome to Hogwarts, she began, explaining the sorting ceremony and house system. While she spoke, Harry noticed the other students continuing to stare at him. His clothing, hair, and overall demeanor clearly marked him as different, even beyond his famous scar. He caught whispers of "wild boy" and "raised by beasts" from various corners of the group. McGonagall led them into the Great Hall, where the entire school waited at 4 long tables. The enchanted ceiling revealed a clear night sky, and Harry automatically catalogued the constellations visible: Cassiopeia ascendant, Mars approaching Jupiter, a configuration the Centaurs would consider favorable for new beginnings. The Sorting Hat sang its song, explaining the 4 houses. When McGonagall began calling names, Harry watched with interest as his new acquaintances were sorted: Hermione to Gryffindor, after a surprisingly long deliberation, Neville to Gryffindor as well, Malfoy instantly to Slytherin. Potter, Harry, McGonagall finally called. The Great Hall fell silent, then erupted in whispers as Harry stepped forward. His moccasin-clad feet made no sound on the stone floor, his ceremonial tunic catching the light of the floating candles. He sat on the stool, and McGonagall placed the ancient hat on his head. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. I've never sorted a mind quite like yours before, Mr. Potter. Raised by centaurs, eh? That explains the unusual thought patterns. Is that a problem? Harry thought back. Not at all, just different. You've got plenty of courage, I see. A sharp mind too, though trained in ways quite unlike our curriculum. There's talent, oh yes, and a thirst to prove yourself, but where to put you? Harry remained calm, focusing on his breathing as he'd been taught. Interesting, the hat murmured. Most students have strong preferences, but you truly don't care which house claims you. You see the houses as artificial divisions, a very centaur perspective. You could fit anywhere, yet belong completely nowhere. I belong to the stars and the forest, Harry thought. Everything else is temporary. The hat chuckled. Indeed. Well, if houses mean little to you, then I shall place you where you might do the most good, and where you'll find the support you'll need in the times ahead. Better be Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall. The Gryffindor table erupted in wild cheers, with the Weasley twins chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Hermione scooted over to make room as Harry approached the table, relief evident on her face. I was worried you'd be put somewhere else, she admitted as he sat down. Would that have mattered? Harry asked curiously. Well, we couldn't be friends as easily if we were in different houses, she explained, as if this were obvious. Harry smiled. Centaurs don't let boundaries dictate their friendships. Neither do I. The sorting concluded with Ron joining them at Gryffindor table, looking enormously relieved. Dumbledore rose to give his start-of-term announcements, his eyes twinkling when they landed briefly on Harry. Just a few words before we begin our banquet, the headmaster said. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. Food appeared on the golden plates, and Harry stared in amazement. Despite his month at Hogwarts, he'd taken most meals with Hagrid or the house elves in the kitchen. The sheer variety and abundance of the feast was overwhelming. You all right, mate? Ron asked, already piling his plate high. You look like you've never seen food before. Not like this, Harry admitted, selecting some roast vegetables and a small portion of meat. In the forest, we ate what we gathered or grew. Simple foods, nothing processed or fancy. Is that why you're so skinny? Ron asked through a mouthful of potatoes. Ron. Hermione scolded. That's rude. Harry laughed. It's fine. And yes, probably. Forest diet keeps you lean. We didn't have desserts or sweets, just honey and berries for something sweet. No wonder you look so fit, remarked an older boy who introduced himself as Percy Weasley, Ron's brother. Most wizard children are rather soft from all these rich foods. As the feast continued, Harry found himself bombarded with questions from all sides. The Gryffindors wanted to know everything about his forest upbringing, though many seemed disappointed when he explained that centaur magic wasn't about shooting fireballs or turning people into toads. But what spells can you do? Pressed Seamus Finnegan, another first year. It doesn't work that way, Harry tried to explain. It's more about understanding and working with the magic that exists naturally. Show us something, urged Dean Thomas. Anything. Harry sighed, then nodded. He closed his eyes briefly, centering himself. When he opened them, he focused on a nearby pitcher of water, extending his awareness to feel the essence of the water itself, its fluidity, its memory of clouds and rain and rivers. With a gentle motion of his hand, the water rose from the pitcher in a thin stream, twisting and curling through the air like a transparent snake. It wasn't levitation as wizards understood it, he wasn't controlling the water so much as asking it to dance. The water rippled and flowed in elegant patterns before returning smoothly to the pitcher. Silence fell over their section of the table, followed by excited whispers. That was wandless magic. Did you see that? How did he do that? That was incredible, Harry, Hermione breathed. Was that a spell? Harry shook his head. No spell. Just connection and intention. Percy looked troubled. I've never seen magic like that. It's not in any curriculum I've studied. The Centaurs taught me that wizard magic and forest magic are different branches of the same tree, Harry explained. You channel magic through wands and incantations. I connect directly with the elements. Further discussion was interrupted as the feast concluded and Dumbledore rose again to give warnings about the Forbidden Forest and the third-floor corridor. Harry smiled at the forest warning. The idea that the place he considered home was forbidden to students was oddly amusing. As the school sang the Hogwarts song, in what seemed to Harry like chaotic disharmony compared to the Centaur's celestial harmonies, he caught Professor Snape watching him with an inscrutable expression. Besides Snape, Professor Quirrell, whom Harry had met briefly during his summer stay, seemed to be avoiding looking at him altogether. Who's that teacher talking to Professor Quirrell? Harry asked Percy, nodding towards Snape. That's Professor Snape, head of Slytherin House. Teaches potions, but everyone knows he wants the defense against the dark arts job. He knows a lot about the dark arts, Snape does. Harry studied the black-haired professor with interest. Something about the man's energy felt guarded, complex. Not evil, exactly, but tightly controlled, like a forest pool whose depths remained hidden. After the feast, Percy led the first years to Gryffindor Tower, explaining about the password system to the fat lady's portrait. The common room, with its red and gold decorations and roaring fire, felt claustrophobic to Harry after the open spaces of the forest, but he appreciated its warmth and comfort. In the boys' dormitory, Harry found his trunk beside a four-poster bed hung with red velvet curtains. Hedwig's cage stood empty, she'd presumably been taken to the Ollery. The other boys changed into pajamas, but Harry simply removed his outer robe and boots, sitting cross-legged on his bed in his tunic. Don't you have pajamas? Ron asked, climbing into the neighboring bed. I don't usually wear specific sleeping clothes, Harry explained. In the forest, you learn to be ready at all times. For what? Asked Seamus. Harry shrugged. Whatever comes. As the others drifted off to sleep, Harry remained awake, finding the soft mattress strange after years of sleeping on moss and leaves. He quietly opened the dormitory window, allowing the night air to filter in, carrying the distant scent of the Forbidden Forest. Closing his eyes, he reached out with his senses, feeling for the familiar presence of the centaur herd. They were there, distant but detectable, Firenze probably observing the same stars visible through Harry's window. The connection comforted him, reminding him that while he might walk in the wizard world now, the forest remained part of him. I'll make you proud, he whispered to the stars, before finally allowing sleep to claim him. The following morning, Harry woke before dawn from habit, dressed quickly, and slipped out of the dormitory while his roommates still slept. The castle corridors were silent and empty as he made his way outside, breathing deeply of the morning air. He found a quiet spot by the lake and sat cross-legged on the dewy grass, facing east where the first hints of sunrise colored the horizon. Closing his eyes, he began his morning meditation, greeting the dawn, feeling the stirring magic of a new day, connecting with the elements around him. He was so deeply focused that he didn't notice Professor McGonagall's approach until she spoke. Mr. Potter. You're up quite early. Harry opened his eyes. Good morning, Professor. I always greet the dawn. Centaur tradition. McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly. I see. While I appreciate cultural observances, Mr. Potter, students are not generally permitted to wander the grounds unsupervised, particularly before breakfast. I'm sorry, Harry said, rising fluidly to his feet. I didn't realize. In the forest, dawn meditation was expected. Hogwarts is not the forest, McGonagall reminded him, though not unkindly. There are rules here for your safety and the orderly functioning of the school. Harry nodded. I understand. Would it be possible to get permission for morning meditation? It helps me center my magic for the day. McGonagall considered this. I'll discuss it with the headmaster. For now, please return to your dormitory and prepare for breakfast with your classmates. You'll be receiving your schedule today. As they walked back to the castle, McGonagall added, Professor Dumbledore mentioned you might need certain accommodations given your unusual upbringing. If you find any aspect of Hogwarts life particularly challenging, please don't hesitate to speak with me. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied. Actually, there is one thing. The beds are very soft, too soft for me to sleep comfortably. Would it be alright if I modified mine a bit? Modified how, exactly? Nothing major. Just firmer support and some natural materials I'm used to. I have some dried moss and herbs from the forest that help me sleep. McGonagall's lips thinned slightly, but she nodded. Very well, Mr. Potter. As long as your modifications don't damage school property or create hygiene concerns. By the time Harry returned to the dormitory, his roommates were stirring. Ron blinked sleepily at him. Where've you been? It's barely light out. Morning meditation, Harry explained, gathering his books for the day. It's a habit. Ron yawned dramatically. Mental, that is. Getting up before you have to. At breakfast, Professor McGonagall distributed course schedules. Harry examined his with interest: transfiguration, charms, potions, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, astronomy, and herbology. Some subjects, like astronomy, he expected to excel in given his centaur training. Others, particularly wand-based classes like charms and transfiguration, would be entirely new territory. Double potions with the Slytherins first thing, Ron groaned. Snape's head of Slytherin house. They say he always favors them. Professor Snape, Hermione corrected automatically, joining them with her own schedule clutched excitedly. I can't wait to start learning actual spells. Have you practiced any yet, Harry? Not wizard spells, Harry admitted. I only got my wand last month, and Dumbledore suggested I wait for proper instruction before experimenting. His wand, 11 inches, holly with a phoenix feather core, remained an object of fascination to him. Unlike the intuitive flow of forest magic, the wand channeled power in a focused, directed way that still felt foreign to his sensibilities. As they headed to the dungeons for potions, Harry felt a growing apprehension. During his summer stay at Hogwarts, he'd had little interaction with Professor Snape, who seemed to avoid him deliberately despite remaining at the castle to work on his private research. The potions classroom was cold and dimly lit, the walls lined with jars of floating preserved animals and plants. Harry found the room's energy oppressive, too stagnant compared to the living magic he was accustomed to, but he took a seat beside Ron and prepared his materials. Professor Snape swept into the room, his black robes billowing behind him. He began with roll call, pausing at Harry's name. Ah, yes, he said softly. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Malfoy and his friends sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class, his black eyes cold and empty. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began in barely more than a whisper. The class hung on his every word as he described the power of potions in poetic terms that, despite himself, Harry found compelling. Potter. Snape said suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione's hand shot into the air, but Harry remained calm. This, at least, was familiar territory. The Centaurs were master herbalists. The draught of living death, sir, he answered. A powerful sleeping potion. Something flickered in Snape's eyes, surprise, perhaps. Correct. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Again, Hermione's hand stretched toward the dungeon ceiling. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, Harry replied. It will protect you from most poisons. The Centaurs keep them for emergencies, though they prefer preventative measures. Snape's lips curled slightly. And what is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. It's deadly poisonous but has medicinal uses when prepared correctly. In the forest, we use it in very small doses for pain relief, though the Centaurs prefer willow bark in most cases. The classroom had gone completely silent. Snape stared at Harry, his expression unreadable. It seems fame isn't everything, he said finally. But knowing the names of plants is not the same as understanding how to use them. We shall see if your forest education translates to actual potion-making skill. The class proceeded to take detailed notes on basic potion properties before being paired up to mix a simple potion to cure boils. Harry partnered with Ron, finding the methodical process reminiscent of preparing healing poultices with Forenza, though the rigid instructions felt constraining. The instructions say to crush the snake fangs into fine powder, Harry murmured, but they'd release their properties better if we ground them with a drop of honey first. Don't improvise, Ron hissed nervously. Snape's looking for any excuse to take points. Harry reluctantly followed the textbook instructions, though every instinct told him there were more effective ways to prepare the ingredients. When Snape swept past their cauldron, he paused, clearly expecting to find fault. The potion was textbook perfect, but Harry could tell it wasn't as potent as it could have been. Adequate, Snape pronounced curtly before moving on to criticize Neville, whose potion had somehow melted Seamus's cauldron into a twisted blob. After class, as they climbed the steps out of the dungeon, Ron was indignant. That was brutal. I can't believe he didn't give you points for knowing all those answers. If it had been a Slytherin, it doesn't matter, Harry said with a shrug. Points are just another artificial division. That's easy for you to say, Ron grumbled. The rest of us care about the house cup. The rest of the week followed a similar pattern. In each class, Harry's unusual background became apparent in different ways. In herbology, Professor Sprout was delighted by his extensive knowledge of plants and their properties, awarding Gryffindor 20 points when Harry correctly identified every specimen in the greenhouse, including some she hadn't yet introduced. In history of magic, he surprised everyone by asking Professor Binns about the Centaur Accord of 1407, a treaty between wizards and centaurs that the ghost professor had never mentioned in his dry lectures about goblin rebellions. Astronomy proved to be his strongest subject. Professor Sinistra was visibly impressed when Harry not only identified every constellation without a chart but explained their significance in centaur divination. The stars don't just exist to be mapped, he explained to the class. They speak to those who know how to listen. Their patterns tell of what was, what is, and what may yet be. That sounds like divination, not astronomy, Hermione whispered skeptically. To centaurs, they're the same thing, Harry replied. You can't understand the stars if you only see them as distant balls of gas. Charms and transfiguration proved more challenging. While the other students struggled with the practical application of spells, Harry struggled with the fundamental approach. Professor Flitwick nearly fell off his stack of books when Harry made a feather float without using the Wingardium Leviosa incantation, simply by connecting with the feather's inherent properties and requesting it rise. Extraordinary, the tiny professor squeaked. But Mr. Potter, while that's clearly effective, it's not the lesson we're practicing. Please try using your wand and the proper incantation. Using the prescribed method felt clumsy and inefficient to Harry, like using a sledgehammer where a gentle touch would suffice. His wand movements were precise, his incantation perfect, but the magic felt wrong somehow, forced rather than cooperative. Professor McGonagall faced similar challenges in Transfiguration. When tasked with turning a match into a needle, Harry stared at the match for several long moments. Is there a problem, Mr. Potter? McGonagall asked. I'm trying to understand why the match would want to become a needle, Harry explained. In the forest, transformation requires the cooperation of the thing being transformed. Several students giggled, but McGonagall looked thoughtful. In wizard transfiguration, Mr. Potter, we impose our will upon the object. The match has no say in the matter. Harry frowned. That seems disrespectful. Nevertheless, it is how the magic works, McGonagall insisted. Please attempt the transformation as instructed. With reluctance, Harry pointed his wand at the match and spoke the incantation. The match quivered slightly but remained unchanged. After several attempts, frustration evident on his face, he set down his wand and placed his finger on the match instead. May I try my way? He asked McGonagall. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Very well. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the essence of the match, the wood it came from, the chemical treatment it had undergone, its purpose for creating fire. Then he extended his awareness to the concept of a needle, metal, sharpness, the purpose of joining fabric. Finding a connection between these purposes, tools of creation and transformation, he gently suggested a shift. The match slowly elongated, the wood grain shifting to metallic texture, one end sharpening to a point while the other formed an eye. The resulting needle retained a faint wooden hue, a hybrid form reflecting both objects' essential nature. McGonagall examined it closely. Fascinating. Not a complete transformation, but a harmonious blending. I've never seen transfiguration approached this way. She looked at Harry with new interest. 5 points to Gryffindor for innovative magical thinking, Mr. Potter. However, you still need to master the standard method for your examinations. By far the strangest class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Quirrell's classroom reeked of garlic, which he claimed warded off a vampire he'd encountered in Romania. The professor himself was nervous and jumpy, his stutter making lessons nearly incomprehensible. But what bothered Harry most was the strange sensation he experienced whenever Quirrell's back was turned to him. A prickling discomfort would spread from his scar, accompanied by a sense of wrongness that he couldn't quite place. The Centaurs had taught him to trust such instinctive reactions, they often revealed dangers that conscious observation missed. There's something not right about Professor Quirrell, he confided to Ron and Hermione after their third defense lesson. Besides the stutter and the garlic? Ron asked skeptically. It's more than that. His energy feels divided somehow. Like two presences instead of one. Hermione looked concerned. That's a serious accusation, Harry. Maybe it's just his nervousness you're picking up on. Maybe, Harry conceded, but he remained unconvinced. Despite these challenges, Harry found himself gradually adjusting to life at Hogwarts. He modified his bed as McGonagall had permitted, replacing the soft mattress with a firmer surface layered with dried mosses and herbs from his forest collection. He received permission for dawn meditation on the grounds, provided he stayed within sight of the castle. Ron and Hermione became his closest friends, though in different ways. Ron helped him navigate wizard social customs and introduced him to wizard games like Exploding Snap and chess. Hermione's insatiable curiosity about Centaur knowledge led to long discussions where Harry found himself teaching as much as learning. Other students remained fascinated by his background. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, particularly enjoyed testing his forest senses with various pranks, only to find Harry usually detected their tricks before falling victim to them. It's not fair, Fred complained good-naturedly after Harry sidestepped a tripped Jinx in the corridor. How did you know it was there? The magic leaves ripples in the air, Harry explained. Like seeing heat shimmer over hot pavement. Blimey, George, we need to learn that trick, Fred declared to his twin. Not all interactions were positive, however. Draco Malfoy and his Slytherin cronies took every opportunity to mock Harry's primitive upbringing. Watch out, here comes the wild child, Malfoy would announce loudly whenever Harry entered the Great Hall. Better hide your food before he eats it raw. Harry generally ignored these taunts, but they bothered Ron far more. Just let me hex him once, he begged after a particularly nasty encounter. He's not worth it, Harry replied calmly. Forenza taught me that those who attack with words fear something within themselves. Very philosophical, Hermione approved. Though I wouldn't mind if he got some comeuppance. The opportunity for that comeuppance came unexpectedly during their first flying lesson. When Neville injured himself falling from his broomstick and Madame Hooch took him to the hospital wing, Malfoy discovered Neville's Remembrall in the grass. "Look what the crybaby dropped," he sneered, holding up the glass ball. Maybe if he'd given this a squeeze, he'd have remembered to fall on his fat backside. "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry said quietly. Malfoy's pale eyes gleamed maliciously. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about up a tree?" He leapt onto his broomstick and took off, hovering level with the topmost branches of a nearby oak. "Come and get it, Potter." "Oh wait, you probably can't even fly a proper broom after living with horses." Harry picked up his broomstick, ignoring Hermione's warnings about getting in trouble. Unlike his classmates, he hadn't needed Madame Hooch's instructions on mounting and controlling a broom. During his summer at Hogwarts, Hagrid had let him practice with an old school broom, discovering that Harry had a natural affinity for flying. He kicked off from the ground and soared upward, the air rushing through his hair, a feeling of absolute freedom washing over him. This, at least, was something that bridged his two worlds. The exhilaration reminded him of running through the forest with the centaur foals, while the precise control required was purely wizardry. Malfoy looked stunned as Harry pulled his broomstick around to face him, hovering steadily despite the height. "Give it back," Harry said calmly, "or I'll knock you off that broom." "Oh yeah?" Malfoy tried to sneer, but looked worried. Harry leaned forward and shot toward Malfoy like an arrow. The blond boy barely got out of the way in time, his expression now showing genuine alarm. "No Crabbe and Goyle up here to save you," Harry observed. The same thought seemed to strike Malfoy. "Catch it if you can, then," he shouted, throwing the Remembrall high into the air before streaking back toward the ground. Harry saw the glass ball rise and then start to fall. In a flash of movement that drew gasps from the watching students, he pointed his broomstick handle down and went into a steep dive, accelerating toward the ground. Wind whistled in his ears as he stretched out his hand, the ground getting closer, and then his fingers closed around the Remembrall just a foot above the grass. He pulled his broom straight, gently touched down, and rolled onto the soft turf, coming up on his feet with the Remembrall clutched safely in his fist. Harry Potter. His heart sank. Professor McGonagall was running toward them, her face a mask of shock. Never, in all my time at Hogwarts, she seemed almost speechless with shock, her glasses flashing furiously. "How dare you, might have broken your neck, it wasn't his fault, Professor." "Be quiet, Miss Patil," "But Malfoy, that's enough, Mr. Weasley." "Potter, follow me, now." As Harry followed McGonagall back to the castle, still clutching the Remembrall, he maintained his composure. The Centaurs had taught him to face consequences with dignity, and while he didn't regret protecting Neville's possession, he understood that he'd broken the rules. To his surprise, however, McGonagall didn't take him to her office or the headmaster's. Instead, she led him to a classroom, asked Professor Flitwick if she could borrow Wood, and moments later was introducing Harry to Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. "Wood, I've found you a seeker," she said triumphantly. What followed was a whirlwind explanation of Quidditch positions, Harry's apparent natural talent, and the unprecedented decision to bend the first-year broomstick rule. Harry listened with growing amazement. "You're not punishing me?" he finally asked when there was a pause. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. "Not this time, Mr. Potter. Though I should remind you that flying unsupervised was expressly forbidden by Madame Hooch." Her expression softened slightly. "Your father would have been proud. He was an excellent Quidditch player himself." Wood was practically bouncing with excitement. "Have you ever seen a Quidditch match, Potter?" "Only in books," Harry admitted. "We'll need to get you a decent broom," Wood continued, examining Harry as though he were a prize specimen. "A Nimbus 2000 or a Clean Sweep 7, I'd say. I'll speak to Professor Dumbledore about bending the first-year rule," McGonagall promised. Heaven knows, we need a better team than last year. Flattened in that last match by Slytherin, I couldn't look Severus Snape in the face for weeks. The news of Harry's appointment as Seeker spread quickly, despite Wood's attempts to keep it secret. That evening in the common room, Fred and George Weasley congratulated him enthusiastically. "We're on the team too, beaters," Fred explained. "Our job is to make sure you don't get bloodied up too bad," George added with a wink. "Can't promise you won't get roughed up at all. Violent game, Quidditch. Brutal, but no one's died in years," Fred continued cheerfully. "Someone vanishes occasionally, but they'll turn up in a month or two." Harry wasn't particularly concerned about the danger. After facing wild boars, acromantulas, and the occasional aggressive forest troll, a sports match seemed relatively tame. Not everyone was pleased with his appointment, however. At dinner the following evening, Malfoy approached the Gryffindor table, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. "Enjoying your last meals at Hogwarts, Potter? When are you getting the train back to your forest freaks?" "You're a lot braver now you're back on the ground with your little friends," Harry observed mildly. "I'd take you on any time," Malfoy sneered. "Tonight, if you want. Wizard's duel. Wands only, no contact." He glanced at Ron. "What's the matter? Never heard of a wizard's duel before, I suppose?" Before Harry could respond, Ron jumped in. "Of course he has. I'm his second. Who's yours?" Malfoy sized up Crabbe and Goyle. "Crabbe," he decided. "Midnight in the trophy room, that's always unlocked." After Malfoy left, Hermione leaned across the table. "You mustn't go wandering around the school at night. Think of the points you'll lose for Gryffindor if you're caught." "I wasn't planning to go," Harry said calmly. "It's obviously a trap." Ron gaped at him. "But you have to go. You can't let Malfoy think you're scared." "I don't care what Malfoy thinks," Harry replied. "In the forest, animals that make the most noise are usually the least dangerous. Malfoy's all bark." "But, Your Honor," Ron spluttered. "Honor isn't proven by falling for obvious traps," Harry pointed out. "Besides, a wizard's duel requires wizard magic. I'm still learning how to use my wand effectively. It wouldn't be a fair contest." Hermione looked relieved, but Ron remained disgruntled throughout dinner. Later in the common room, as they worked on homework, he was still muttering about letting Malfoy win. "If it bothers you that much," Harry said finally, "we could go to the trophy room, but not at midnight. We'll go right now and wait for him." "What? But the duel's at midnight," Ron protested. "Exactly. If we go now, we can check for traps or ambushes. If it's clear, we leave a sign that we were there and came early. That way, Malfoy knows we weren't afraid, but we don't risk getting caught after hours." Ron considered this strategy. "That's, actually brilliant. Let's do it." Hermione, who had been listening nearby, closed her book with a snap. "That's actually a sensible compromise. I'm coming too." The three of them made their way to the trophy room, finding it empty as expected. Harry examined the space carefully, checking for hidden tripwires or magical traps. "It seems clear," he announced. "Now for the message." Using a simple charm Hermione had mastered, they created a small sign that appeared only when viewed from a certain angle. It read, "Nice try, Malfoy. We came early. Maybe next time pick a real challenge." "HP, that should do it," Harry said with satisfaction. "Let's get back before curfew." As they were leaving, however, they heard a noise in the corridor outside. Harry pulled his friends behind a large trophy case just as Filch entered, Mrs. Norris prowling at his heels. "They're in here somewhere," the caretaker muttered. "Probably hiding." "I knew it was a trap," Harry whispered. "Malfoy must have tipped him off." They waited silently until Filch moved to the far end of the room, then slipped out the opposite door. What followed was a tense chase through the corridors, narrowly avoiding not only Filch but also Peeves the poltergeist. In their haste to escape, they found themselves in the forbidden third-floor corridor, face to face with a locked door. "We're trapped." Ron moaned as Filch's footsteps grew closer. "Alohomora," Hermione whispered, pointing her wand at the lock, which clicked open. They slipped through the door, closing it quickly behind them, and found themselves facing something far worse than Filch, an enormous three-headed dog that filled the entire space from floor to ceiling. It was standing quite still, all 6 eyes staring at them in surprise, before it began to growl. Ron and Hermione froze in terror, but Harry immediately lowered his gaze in a non-threatening posture, making the soft clicking sound in his throat that centaurs use to calm large predators. The dog's growls faltered slightly, confusion evident in its body language. Harry continued the calming sounds, gradually raising his eyes to meet the central head's gaze directly, not challenging, but communicating. "Easy now," he murmured in a low, steady voice. "We're just passing through. No harm intended." The massive creature's hackles lowered slightly, though all 3 heads remained alert. It sniffed curiously in their direction. "Back up very slowly," Harry instructed his friends without taking his eyes off the dog. "Move toward the door." They edged backward while Harry maintained eye contact with the central head. When they reached the door, Harry gave a respectful nod to the creature, acknowledging its territory, before backing out himself. They closed the door carefully, then turned and ran all the way back to Gryffindor Tower without stopping. "What was that thing?" Ron gasped when they finally collapsed into armchairs in the common room. "A Cerberus," Harry replied, less winded than the others. "A 3-headed guard dog from Greek mythology. Rare, but not unknown in the magical world." "But what's it doing in a school?" Hermione demanded, clutching a stitch in her side. "Guarding something, obviously," Harry said. "Didn't you see what it was standing on?" "I wasn't looking at its feet," Ron exclaimed. "I was too busy with its heads." "It was standing on a trapdoor," Harry explained. "Which means it's guarding something beneath it." Hermione's eyes widened. "You're right. It's guarding whatever Dumbledore mentioned at the feast, the thing that was moved from Gringotts." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "The question is, what's valuable enough to need that kind of protection inside a school?" The mystery of the 3-headed dog added another layer to Harry's already complex Hogwarts experience. Between classes, Quidditch practice, which began the following week after the arrival of a Nimbus 2000 broomstick, and maintaining his centaur practices, Harry had little time to investigate further. Would prove to be a demanding captain, scheduling practices 3 evenings a week. Harry took to Quidditch naturally, his forest-trained reflexes making him exceptionally quick at spotting and catching the tiny golden snitch. The other team members were impressed by his flying skills, especially considering his unconventional background. "Where did you learn to fly like that?" Angelina Johnson asked after Harry performed a particularly daring dive during practice. "I didn't," Harry admitted. "But the forest taught me to trust my instincts and read the wind. Flying feels natural, like running through treetops." As October arrived, bringing colder weather, Harry found himself missing the forest more acutely. The castle, for all its wonders, felt increasingly confining. One evening, unable to concentrate on homework in the common room, he slipped out for a walk on the grounds, drawn inevitably toward the edge of the forbidden forest. He stood at the boundary, breathing in the familiar sense of moss and earth and living things. The forest called to him like an old friend, its magic resonating with his own. Without conscious decision, he stepped past the tree line, following a path only he could see. He hadn't gone far when he sensed a presence nearby. Turning, he found himself face to face with Firenze. "Star Child," the centaur greeted him. "I wondered when you would return to us." "Firenze." Harry rushed forward, momentarily forgetting centaur dignity in his joy at seeing his mentor. "I've missed you. I've missed all of this." "And we have missed you," Firenze replied, allowing a brief touch on Harry's shoulder. The forest feels your absence. They walked deeper into the woods, Harry eagerly sharing his Hogwarts experiences, the challenges of wizard magic, his friendships with Ron and Hermione, the mystery of the three-headed dog. A Cerberus in the school. Firenze frowned. Unusual. Such creatures belong to the wild places. It's guarding something important, Harry explained. But I don't know what. The stars have been restless of late, Firenze mused. Mars grows brighter each night, a sign of conflict approaching. They reached a small clearing where, to Harry's surprise and delight, several other centaurs waited, Megorian, Bane, and Arianwen among them. The council gathers to hear the Star Child's progress, Megorian announced formally. Speak, Harry Potter. Tell us of the human wizard world. For the next hour, Harry described his first months at Hogwarts in detail, the sorting ceremony, his classes, the differences between centaur and wizard magic, and his attempts to bridge the two approaches. The centaurs listened intently, occasionally asking clarifying questions. You have maintained your forest practices? Arianwen inquired. As best I can, Harry assured her. Dawn meditation, star reading during astronomy class, herbal knowledge in potions and herbology. But some things are harder without the forest's presence. The forest remains within you, Megorian reminded him. Distance does not sever such connections. Even Bane seemed less hostile than usual. You represent our herd among the wizards, he stated gruffly. Remember your training. As the meeting concluded, Firenze walked Harry back toward the edge of the forest. There is something you should know, the centaur said quietly. The forest has been unsettled since your departure. Strange presences move in the shadows. Dark magic leaves traces where none should be. What kind of presences? Harry asked, alarmed. We are not certain. But unicorns have been found dead, their blood taken. Such an act is a terrible crime against nature, only one who has nothing to lose and everything to gain would commit such atrocity. Should I tell Dumbledore? The headmaster is aware, Firenze assured him. But be cautious, Star Child. The darkness that hunts in the forest may have designs upon the school as well. With this warning echoing in his mind, Harry reluctantly left the forest, promising to return when he could. The visit had rejuvenated him, restoring a connection he hadn't realized had weakened over the weeks at Hogwarts. However, as he approached the castle, a figure emerged from the shadows near the entrance, Professor Snape, his black cloak billowing in the evening breeze. Out for a stroll in the Forbidden Forest, Potter? Snape's voice was cold with disapproval. Perhaps you believe school rules don't apply to you. I was visiting friends, Professor, Harry replied truthfully. Friends? Snape's eyebrow arched. In the forest that is expressly forbidden to students. The centaur herd raised me for 5 years, Harry explained. They're my family. Something flickered in Snape's dark eyes, not quite softening, but a shift in his assessment. Be that as it may, Potter, the forest is dangerous, particularly after dark. 10 points from Gryffindor for being out of bounds. Get back to your dormitory immediately. Harry accepted the punishment without protest, but as he turned to go, Snape added, and Potter. If you must maintain contact with your unusual guardians, speak with the headmaster about arranging proper supervised visits. Don't go wandering alone into the forest again. The suggestion surprised Harry, it was almost helpful, coming from Snape. Yes, sir. Thank you. The following day, Harry approached Dumbledore after dinner and explained his visit to the forest. Rather than being angry, the headmaster seemed to have expected it. I wondered how long you would resist the call of the forest, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling. 5 weeks is longer than I'd have wagered. Professor McGonagall owes me a bag of lemon drops. Harry blinked in surprise. You were betting on when I'd go back to the forest. A friendly wager only, Dumbledore assured him. We understood this transition would be challenging for you, Harry. The Centaurs have been your family far longer than the Dursleys ever were. He stroked his long beard thoughtfully. I believe we can arrange regular visits, perhaps once a fortnight, provided you're accompanied by Hagrid or another staff member. Thank you, sir, Harry said gratefully. I've been trying to adapt to wizard magic, but it's different from what the Centaurs taught me. Sometimes I feel like I'm trying to speak two languages at once. An apt metaphor, Dumbledore nodded. Perhaps that's precisely what you're doing, Harry, developing a magical bilingualism few wizards ever achieve. The Centaur prophecy named you a bridge between worlds, did it not? Bridges connect different terrains while remaining distinct from both. This perspective helped Harry immensely in the weeks that followed. Rather than trying to force wizard magic to work like Centaur magic or vice versa, he began exploring the connections between them, seeking the underlying principles that united the different approaches. In Charms class, rather than fighting against the wand movements and incantations, he incorporated them into his awareness of the object's essence. The results were sometimes unexpected. When practicing the levitation charm on a feather, his combined approach made the feather not only float but spiral in complex patterns that reflected air currents invisible to others. Most unusual, Professor Flitwick commented, watching the feather dance. But undeniably effective. In Transfiguration, Harry's breakthrough came when he realized he could use the wand and incantation to establish initial communication with the object, then apply Centaur techniques to guide the transformation more harmoniously. His match-to-needle transformations became perfect, with the needle retaining a subtle organic quality that made it surprisingly warm to the touch. Even in potions, where Snape remained critical of any deviation from prescribed methods, Harry found ways to integrate his forest knowledge. While strictly following the textbook instructions, he would silently acknowledge each ingredient's nature before adding it, resulting in potions that were subtly more potent than his classmates. Your sleeping draught has an unusual clarity, Potter, Snape observed during one lesson, holding Harry's veil to the light. Explain. I thanked the ingredients before combining them, sir, Harry answered honestly. Valerian root works more willingly when its sacrifice is acknowledged. Snape's lip curled. Centaur superstition. Centaur respect, Harry corrected mildly. The potion is more effective because the ingredients cooperated fully. Snape's dark eyes studied Harry for a long moment. 2 points to Gryffindor, he said finally, so quietly that only Harry heard. For innovative thinking. Don't expect such leniency regularly, Potter. As October ended and November began, bringing the first frosts to the Hogwarts grounds, Harry's integrated magical approach continued to develop. His visits to the forest became a regular part of his schedule, usually accompanied by Hagrid, who enjoyed reconnecting with the Centaurs himself. The mystery of what the three-headed dog was guarding remained unsolved, though Hermione had made the connection to a break-in at Gringotts reported in the Daily Prophet. Whatever had been in Vault 713, the same vault Hagrid had emptied while taking Harry shopping in Diagon Alley, was now presumably hidden under the trapdoor. It must be something really valuable, Ron speculated as they discussed it during a study session in the library. Or dangerous, Harry suggested. Maybe both. Their investigation was temporarily set aside, however, as the first Quidditch match of the season approached. Gryffindor versus Slytherin was always a heated contest, but with Harry as the new seeker, expectations were particularly high. The morning of the match dawned cold and clear. Harry woke early as usual, performing his dawn meditation with extra focus to calm his pre-game nerves. As he entered the great hall for breakfast, the Gryffindor table erupted in cheers and supportive calls. "You'll be brilliant, Harry," called Seamus Finnegan. "Show those Slytherins what real flying looks like," added Dean Thomas. Harry smiled but ate little, his stomach too unsettled for food. Instead, he sipped herbal tea he'd prepared from his dwindling forest supplies, a blend Forenza had taught him to enhance clarity and reflexes. As 11 o'clock approached, the school made its way down to the Quidditch pitch. In the locker room, Wood gave his team a passionate pep talk while Harry changed into his scarlet Quidditch robes. Beneath them, he wore his moonseed tunic for luck and protection. When they marched onto the field, the roar from the crowd was overwhelming. 3/4 of the school seemed to be supporting Gryffindor, with only the Slytherins backing their own team. Harry looked up to see a banner fluttering above the stands, "Potter for President." Hagrid's work, he guessed with a smile. Madam Hooch, who was refereeing, stood in the center of the pitch. "Now, I want a nice fair game, all of you," she said, glaring particularly at the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint. The whistle blew, and 15 brooms rose into the air. Harry soared higher than anyone else, scanning for the snitch as Wood had instructed while keeping half an ear on the commentary provided by Lee Jordan, the Weasley twins' friend. "And the quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive too, Jordan." "Sorry, Professor." As the match progressed, Harry circled above the action, using both his sharp eyes and his forest-trained awareness to search for the tiny golden ball. The Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs, adopted a similar strategy, though he kept a closer eye on Harry than on his surroundings. Gryffindor scored first, sending their supporters into fits of cheers. Harry did a couple of loop-the-loops to express his excitement, then resumed his search. It was then that it happened. His broom gave a sudden, frightening lurch. For a split second, he thought he was going to fall. He gripped tighter and the broom steadied, but a moment later, it happened again, as though the broom was trying to buck him off. Harry tried to turn back toward the Gryffindor goal posts to ask Wood for a timeout, but the broom seemed to have developed a mind of its own. It zigzagged through the air and made violent swishing movements that nearly unseated him. No one else seemed to have noticed Harry's broom behaving strangely. Then suddenly, people were pointing up at him from all over the stands. His broom had started rolling over and over, with him only just managing to hold on. Drawing on his forest training, Harry centered himself despite the chaos. Brooms were crafted from wood, trees that once lived in forests like his home. Beneath the polishing and enchantments, the broom's core remembered its origins. Clinging with his hands and knees, Harry closed his eyes briefly, connecting with the broom's wooden essence. "Remember who you are," he whispered to it. "Remember the forest where you grew." The broom's jerking subsided slightly, not stopping completely, but becoming manageable enough for Harry to maintain his seat. Opening his eyes, he scanned the crowd, instinctively seeking the source of the interference. His gaze landed on the teacher's stand, where Snape sat with his eyes fixed on Harry, muttering continuously under his breath. But besides Snape, partially hidden behind another teacher, Quirrell also stared unblinkingly at Harry, his lips moving rapidly. Before Harry could process this observation, the broom gave another violent jerk. His concentration broke, and the broom began bucking wildly again. Suddenly, smoke erupted from the teacher's stand, Hermione's doing, Harry would later learn, distracting both Snape and Quirrell. The moment their eye contact broke, Harry's broom stopped trying to throw him off. He swung himself back on properly, relieved but confused. As he regained control, a flash of gold caught his eye, the snitch, hovering just a few feet away from him. Harry dove toward it instantly, the Slytherin seeker spotting it a moment later and racing to catch up. They hurtled neck and neck toward the ground, the snitch speeding along just ahead of them. At the last possible second, Harry pulled out of the dive while Higgs crashed into the turf. Harry stretched out his hand and caught the snitch, nearly falling off his broom in the process but maintaining his grip with his knees. The stadium erupted. Gryffindor had won, 170 points to 60. Later, in Hagrid's hut with Ron and Hermione, Harry recounted the strange behavior of his broom. "It was Snape," Ron declared confidently. "Hermione and I saw him. He was cursing your broomstick, muttering and keeping eye contact. But I saw Quirrell doing the same thing," Harry pointed out. "Either of them could have been causing it, or trying to stop it." "Why would Snape want to save you?" Ron asked skeptically. "Why would Quirrell want to hurt me?" Harry countered. Hagrid, who had been listening with growing concern, dropped the teapot. "Who's sayin' someone was tryin' to hurt Harry?" They explained about the cursed broomstick and their suspicions. Rubbish, Hagrid declared firmly. Why would either of them do something like that? Harry hesitated, then shared his theory. We think someone's trying to get past that three-headed dog on the third floor. Maybe steal whatever it's guarding. Hagrid's jaw dropped. How do you know about Fluffy? Fluffy? Ron repeated incredulously. Yeah, he's mine. Bought him off a Greek chappie I met in the pub last year. Lent him to Dumbledore to guard the... He stopped abruptly. Yes. Harry prompted eagerly. Now, don't ask me any more, Hagrid said gruffly. That's top secret, that is. But someone's trying to steal it, Hermione insisted. Nonsense, Hagrid declared. Professor Snape is a Hogwarts teacher, he'd do nothing of the sort. Then why did he try to kill Harry? Ron demanded. I don't know that he did, Harry interjected. And I don't know what Fluffy's guarding, but it must be valuable if someone's willing to risk trying to get past him. Hagrid looked troubled. Listen to me, all three of ye. You're meddlin' in things that don't concern ye. You forget that dog, and you forget what it's guardin'. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, aha! Harry exclaimed. So there's someone called Nicholas Flamel involved, is there? Hagrid looked furious with himself. The mystery of Nicholas Flamel and whatever Fluffy was guarding occupied much of Harry, Ron, and Hermione's free time in the weeks that followed. They searched the library but found no mention of Flamel in any of the obvious references. Meanwhile, winter settled over Hogwarts. Early December brought heavy snowfalls, transforming the grounds into a white wonderland. The lake froze solid, and the Weasley twins were punished for bewitching snowballs to follow Quirrell around, bouncing off the back of his turban. Despite the festive atmosphere as Christmas approached, Harry found himself increasingly uneasy. His visits to the forest confirmed Firenze's earlier warning. Something dark was indeed stalking the woods, leaving traces of malevolent magic that even Harry could sense. During one such visit, accompanied by Hagrid, they discovered another dead unicorn, its silvery blood pooled around its body. This is the third one this term, Hagrid said heavily, kneeling beside the beautiful creature. Poor thing. What kind of monster would do this? Harry approached the unicorn respectfully, placing a hand gently on its flank. A vision flashed through his mind, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes, drinking the unicorn's blood while it was still alive. He recoiled, gasping. Something desperate, he whispered. Something clinging to life at any cost. Hagrid looked at him sharply. What did ye see, Harry? A shadow. Not fully human. Drinking the blood. Hagrid's face paled beneath his beard. Unicorn blood keeps you alive even if you're an inch from death. But at a terrible price. Ye've slain something pure, and from the moment the blood touches your lips, ye'll have a half-life. A cursed life. Who would be that desperate? Harry wondered aloud. Unless they were buying time, Hagrid finished grimly. Waitin' for something else. Something better. The implications haunted Harry as Christmas break approached. Most students would be heading home for the holidays, but Harry had arranged to stay at Hogwarts, planning to use the quieter time to explore his integrated magical approach further. Ron would be staying too, as his parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania. The night before everyone left for the holidays, Harry was awakened from a troubled sleep by a strange presence in the dormitory. Opening his eyes, he saw a small, bat-eared creature standing beside his bed, watching him with tennis ball-sized eyes. Harry Potter, the creature squeaked when it saw he was awake. Dobby has been wanting to meet you, sir. Who are you? Harry asked, sitting up cautiously. Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf. The creature bowed so low its long nose touched the floor. Harry had heard of house elves from Ron but had never seen one. This one was wearing what looked like an old pillowcase with holes for arms and legs. What are you doing here, Dobby. It's the middle of the night. Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter, the elf whispered urgently. Terrible things are happening at Hogwarts, dangerous things. Harry Potter must be careful. What kind of terrible things? Harry asked, fully alert now. Dobby twisted his ears anxiously. Dobby cannot say directly, sir. Dobby's family would be most displeased if they knew Dobby was here. He leaned closer. But Dobby has heard whispers of a chamber, sir. A hidden chamber within Hogwarts. A chamber? You mean like a secret room? Dobby nodded vigorously. A most dangerous place, sir. And Dobby has heard that someone seeks to open it again. Again? It's been opened before. The house elf looked terrified but determined. Dobby has said too much. But Harry Potter must be vigilant. Especially near the forbidden corridor. With that cryptic warning, Dobby snapped his fingers and vanished with a crack that, surprisingly, didn't wake the other boys. Harry sat in his bed, pondering this strange encounter and what it might mean. A hidden chamber connected somehow to the forbidden corridor and the object Fluffy was guarding. The next morning, Harry shared Dobby's warning with Ron and Hermione as they ate breakfast in the nearly empty Great Hall. A house elf came to warn you. Hermione looked skeptical. That's highly unusual. House elves are magically bound to their families, they can't typically act without permission. This one seemed to be breaking rules just by talking to me, Harry confirmed. He was punishing himself even while warning me. Must be a dark wizard family's elf, Ron suggested. Maybe even Malfoy's. Their lot have owned elves for centuries. Whoever he belongs to, his warning seemed genuine, Harry said. There's some kind of hidden chamber at Hogwarts that someone wants to open, and it's connected to the third-floor corridor somehow. We need to find out who Nicholas Flamel is, Hermione decided, standing up. I'm going to check one more section in the library before I leave for the holidays. There must be something we've missed. But Hermione's final library search proved fruitless, and she departed for the Christmas break without solving the mystery. With the castle nearly empty, Harry and Ron had the run of Gryffindor Tower to themselves. They spent the days playing wizard chess, which Ron excelled at, exploring lesser-known parts of the castle, and occasionally visiting Hagrid. On Christmas morning, Harry was surprised to find a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed, his first proper Christmas gifts. From Hagrid, there was a roughly cut wooden flute that sounded like an owl when played. Ron had given him a hand-knitted sweater from his mother and homemade fudge. Hermione's gift was a luxury eagle feather quill. But the most mysterious gift was an invisibility cloak with a note saying only that it had belonged to Harry's father and the anonymous sender was returning it to its rightful owner. Harry was deeply moved, running his fingers over the fluid, silvery fabric that rendered the wearer invisible. That's really rare and valuable. Ron exclaimed when Harry showed him. Who sent it to you? The note wasn't signed, Harry replied. Just said it was my dad's. That night, unable to sleep, Harry decided to try out the invisibility cloak. The opportunity to explore Hogwarts undetected was too tempting to resist. Wrapping the cloak around himself, he slipped out of Gryffindor Tower and wandered the silent corridors, eventually finding himself in an unused classroom containing nothing but an ornate mirror standing on two clawed feet. The inscription carved around the top read, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Curious, Harry stepped in front of the mirror, and nearly cried out in shock. He was not alone in the reflection. Behind him stood a crowd of people, and directly beside him were a man and woman he immediately recognized despite never having seen them clearly before. Mom. Dad, he whispered. The woman, with Harry's same green eyes, smiled and nodded. The man, with Harry's untidy black hair, placed a hand on the reflection Harry's shoulder. And around them stood others who shared features with either his mother or father, his family, his ancestors. But they were not alone in the mirror. Behind them, partially visible, were the shadowy forms of centaurs, Forenza prominent among them, and other forest creatures. His two families, human and forest, united in the reflection. Harry stood transfixed, unable to look away. He didn't know how long he remained there before a quiet voice spoke from the shadows. "Back again, Harry." He spun around to see Albus Dumbledore sitting on one of the desks by the wall. Harry hadn't noticed him in his absorption with the mirror. "I didn't see you, sir." "Strange how nearsighted being invisible can make you," Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. He slipped off the desk to stand beside Harry. "So, you, like hundreds before you, have discovered the delights of the Mirror of Erist. Is that what it's called?" Harry looked back at the mirror. "I see my parents, and the centaurs who raised me. And do you know what the Mirror of Erist shows us all?" Harry shook his head. "The most desperate desire of our hearts," Dumbledore explained. "You, who have never known your human family yet found belonging with the Centaurs, see both families united, your past and present together." Harry studied the inscription again, reading it backward, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." "Yes," Dumbledore nodded. "The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Harry, and I ask you not to go looking for it again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live, remember that." Harry tore his gaze from the mirror. "Sir, can I ask you something?" "Obviously, you've just done so," Dumbledore smiled. "You may ask me one more thing, however. What do you see when you look in the mirror?" I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks." When Harry looked doubtful, Dumbledore added, "One can never have enough socks. Another Christmas has come and gone and I didn't get a single pair. People will insist on giving me books." As Harry turned to leave, Dumbledore called after him. "And Harry? Your approach to integrating centaur and wizard magic is most remarkable. Professor McGonagall tells me your transfigurations have a quality she's never seen before." "I'm just trying to find the connections between what Firenze taught me and what I'm learning here," Harry explained. "A worthy endeavor," Dumbledore approved. "The boundaries between magical traditions are often more permeable than we imagine. Your unique perspective may reveal possibilities others have overlooked." With this encouragement, Harry devoted much of the remainder of the holiday to experimenting with his integrated magical approach. In an unused classroom, with Ron as his somewhat nervous assistant, Harry practiced combining wand movements and incantations with centaur techniques of essence connection and cooperative magic. The results were unpredictable but fascinating. A simple Lumos charm, when infused with Harry's awareness of light's essential nature, produced not just illumination but a gently pulsing glow that seemed to respond to the emotions of those nearby. His levitation charms, enhanced by centaur respect for gravity's pull, allowed objects to float with unusual stability and precision. "It's like you're having a conversation with the magic instead of just ordering it around," Ron observed after watching Harry transform a matchstick not just into a needle but into a needle that could find its own way through fabric. "That's exactly it," Harry agreed. "Wizard magic commands. Centaur magic communes. I'm trying to do both simultaneously." As the holidays drew to a close and the rest of the students returned to Hogwarts, Harry felt more confident in his unique magical abilities. The struggle to reconcile his two magical traditions had evolved into something new, not a compromise between approaches, but a synthesis that enhanced both. Hermione returned from break full of excitement about her holiday research. "I can't believe I didn't think of this before," she exclaimed, dropping a massive old book on the common room table. "I checked this out weeks ago for a bit of light reading." "Light?" Ron muttered, eyeing the enormous volume. Hermione flipped through the pages until she found what she was looking for. "Here it is. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone." "The what?" said Harry and Ron together. "Oh, honestly, don't you two read? Look, it transforms any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Flamel is 665 years old. So that's what Fluffy's guarding," Harry realized. "The Philosopher's Stone. No wonder someone's trying to steal it," Ron breathed. Unlimited gold and immortality. Who wouldn't want that? Harry frowned, remembering the dead unicorns. Someone desperate enough to drink unicorn blood while waiting to get their hands on the elixir of life. Their discovery brought the mystery into sharper focus, but still left questions unanswered. Who was trying to steal the stone? How did the chamber Dobby mentioned connect to all this? And what role did Quirrell and Snape play? January passed into February with no further incidents, though Harry continued to experience discomfort around Professor Quirrell, particularly when the man's back was turned to him. His scar would prickle painfully, a sensation that grew worse as the term progressed. During one defense against the dark arts lesson, as Quirrell lectured nervously about werewolves, the pain in Harry's scar suddenly spiked so severely that he gasped aloud. "P problem, P Potter?" Quirrell stammered. "No, Professor. Just a headache," Harry managed, though he could have sworn he heard a second voice, high, cold, and barely audible, whisper, "The boy suspects," from somewhere near Quirrell. After class, Harry shared his suspicions with Ron and Hermione. "There's something wrong with Quirrell. I think he might be possessed." "Possessed?" Hermione looked shocked. "That's extremely rare and dangerous dark magic, Harry." "I know what I felt," Harry insisted. "When I'm near him, especially when his back is to me, it's like there's another presence there. And my scar hurts, the same scar I got when Voldemort tried to kill me." Ron flinched at the name. "You think you know who is possessing Quirrell? But he's dead. What if he's not completely gone?" Harry suggested. "The Centaurs always said evil as powerful as his wouldn't vanish without a trace. What if he's trying to get the stone to restore himself?" It was a frightening theory, but it fit the facts: the unicorn killings, the attempt on Harry's life during the Quidditch match, Quirrell's increasingly gaunt appearance as though something were draining his life force. Their concerns took on new urgency in early March when they overheard Quirrell sobbing in an empty classroom, apparently begging someone for more time. "Not again, please." They heard him plead, though no other voice was audible. "He's weakening," Harry concluded grimly. "Whatever's possessing him is gaining control." "We need to tell Dumbledore," Hermione insisted. But when they tried to approach the headmaster, they learned he had been called away to an emergency meeting of the International Confederation of Wizards in London. "He's gone?" Harry asked McGonagall in disbelief. "Now. Professor Dumbledore is a very important wizard, Potter. He receives many such calls," McGonagall replied stiffly. "Is there something I can help you with?" Harry hesitated. "It's about the Philosopher's Stone." McGonagall dropped the books she was carrying. "How do you know about that?" she whispered. "We think someone's going to try to steal it," Harry explained. "Someone who might be more than they appear." McGonagall's expression turned stern. "I don't know how you discovered about the stone, but rest assured, it is perfectly well protected. Now, I suggest you return to your dormitories and concern yourselves with matters appropriate to your age." Their warning dismissed, the trio retreated to an empty classroom to plan their next move. "She didn't believe us," Ron groaned. "Or she did, but thinks the protections are enough," Hermione suggested. Harry shook his head. "The protections might stop a normal wizard, but if I'm right about Quirrell being possessed by Voldemort, we're talking about one of the most powerful dark wizards ever. We need to keep an eye on the third-floor corridor ourselves." From that day forward, they took turns monitoring the forbidden corridor during free periods and after hours, with the help of Harry's invisibility cloak. They also kept track of Quirrell's increasingly erratic behavior. His turban seemed to smell worse each day, and his face grew more gaunt and gray. Meanwhile, exam preparation began in earnest, with teachers piling on homework and revision schedules. Hermione created color-coded study timetables for all three of them, though Harry found it challenging to focus on exams with the stone's security at stake. Late one night in mid-March, while Harry was on watch under his invisibility cloak, he witnessed a hooded figure slip into the forbidden corridor. Moving closer, he caught a whiff of the familiar garlic smell that accompanied Quirrell everywhere. Before he could follow, however, the shadowy form of Mrs. Norris appeared, forcing Harry to retreat rather than risk discovery. By the time the coast was clear, Quirrell had re-emerged and was hurrying away, muttering to himself, or to whatever possessed him. "He's testing the defenses," Harry reported to Ron and Hermione the next morning. "Figuring out how to get past them one by one. But surely he can't get past Fluffy?" Hermione said anxiously. "Hagrid would never tell anyone how." Harry wasn't so sure. Hagrid loves dangerous creatures. If someone shared his interest. This concern led them to visit Hagrid's hut that afternoon. To their surprise, they found all the windows shut despite the warm spring day, and when Hagrid let them in, the heat inside was stifling. A huge black egg sat in the fire. "Hagrid," Harry said slowly. "What is that?" "That's, Hagrid looked shifty. "A dragon egg," Ron finished, awed. "But Hagrid, how did you get one?" "They're illegal." "Won it," Hagrid said proudly. "Last night in the village, having a few drinks, got into a game o' cards with a stranger. Seemed quite glad to get rid of it, to be honest." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the egg. "This stranger, did you happen to talk about Hogwarts with him? About your work?" "Well, yeah," Hagrid said, looking pleased with himself. "He asked what sort o' creatures I look after. So I told him after Fluffy, a dragon would be no problem." "Did he seem interested in Fluffy?" Harry asked, trying to keep his voice casual. "Well, course he was interested in Fluffy. How often do ye come across a three-headed dog, even if ye're in the trade? But I told him, the trick with any beast is to know how to calm him. Take Fluffy, for example, just play him a bit o' music and he falls straight to sleep." Hagrid looked horrified as he realized what he'd revealed. "I shouldn't ha' told ye that. Forget I said it." But Harry, Ron, and Hermione were already exchanging alarmed looks. The stranger in the pub had almost certainly been Quirrell, extracting the secret of getting past Fluffy from unsuspecting Hagrid. As they hurried back to the castle, Harry summarized their predicament. "Quirrell knows how to get past Fluffy now. I bet the other teachers have set up protections too, and he's probably figured out most of those as well. All that's standing in his way is Snape. He seems to be the only one who suspects Quirrell. We need to warn someone." Hermione insisted. "McGonagall didn't believe us before. And Dumbledore's away," Harry reminded her. "We'll have to keep watching the corridor ourselves. If Quirrell makes his move, we'll have to stop him." Their chance to act came sooner than expected. The following evening, as they returned from dinner, Professor McGonagall stopped them in the entrance hall. "There you are, Potter. The headmaster asked me to inform you that he's arranged a special visit to your Forest family tonight. Hagrid will accompany you at 8 o'clock. Harry was surprised, his regular visit wasn't scheduled for another week. "Did Dumbledore say why the change, Professor?" "He mentioned something about a significant star alignment the Centaurs wished you to witness," McGonagall replied. "Astronomy has never been my specialty, I'm afraid." After McGonagall left, Harry turned to his friends with concern. "That doesn't sound right. Firenze would have told me about any important celestial event during my last visit. And Dumbledore is supposed to be in London." "It's a trap," Ron realized. "Whoever sent that message wants you out of the castle tonight. Or at least wants me to think Dumbledore is still away," Harry added. "Either way, something's happening tonight. We need to split up. I'll go meet Hagrid and see who's really there, while you two watch the third-floor corridor." "That's too dangerous, Harry," Hermione protested. "I'll bring my invisibility cloak," Harry assured her. "If it's a trap, I won't show myself. But we need to know what's happening." Reluctantly, his friends agreed to the plan. At 8 o'clock, Harry made his way to the entrance hall, invisibility cloak tucked under his arm. Instead of Hagrid, he found Professor Quirrell waiting, looking even more nervous than usual. "P. Potter," Quirrell stammered. "Are ready for your Forest visit?" Harry kept his distance. "Where's Hagrid?" "Professor McGonagall said he would be taking me." Change of plans," Quirrell explained, his hands fidgeting with his turban. "Hagrid is dealing with an issue in the Forest. I volunteered to escort you to the meeting point." Every instinct Harry had developed in the forest screamed danger. The subtle signs were unmistakable: Quirrell's darting eyes, the faint smell of decay beneath the garlic, the unnatural stillness when he wasn't actively twitching. "Actually, Professor, I'm not feeling well," Harry improvised. "Maybe we should reschedule the visit." Something changed in Quirrell's demeanor, a hardening, a focus that replaced his usual nervousness. "I'm afraid I must insist, Potter." Harry backed away slowly. "I think I'll check with Professor McGonagall first." Before Quirrell could respond, Harry turned and ran, ducking around a corner and throwing the invisibility cloak over himself. He heard Quirrell curse, a sound utterly unlike his usual stammering, and then footsteps rushing after him. Harry moved silently through the corridors, making his way toward the third-floor forbidden corridor. If his suspicions were correct, Quirrell's attempt to lure him away meant the professor was planning to go after the stone tonight. With Dumbledore supposedly away, the timing would be perfect. When he reached the corridor, he found Ron and Hermione hiding behind a statue, keeping watch on the door to Fluffy's chamber. "Harry?" Hermione whispered as he pulled off the cloak. "What happened?" "It was Quirrell, not Hagrid," Harry explained quickly. "He tried to lure me outside. When I refused, he dropped the stammering act. He's definitely going after the stone tonight." As if on cue, they heard footsteps approaching rapidly from around the corner. The three friends ducked behind the statue again as Quirrell appeared, moving with purpose, all pretense of nervousness gone. He approached Fluffy's door, withdrew his wand, and murmured an unlocking charm. Before entering, he pulled a small wooden flute from his robes. With one last look around, Quirrell slipped inside, the door closing behind him. "We've got to stop him," Harry said immediately. "Ron, find McGonagall or any teacher you can. Hermione, try the Olary, send a message to Dumbledore. I'm going after Quirrell." "Not alone." Hermione protested. "We don't have time to argue," Harry insisted. "I'm the only one with forest magic that might help against whatever's possessing him. Go, now." His friends hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. As they raced off in opposite directions, Harry approached the door to Fluffy's chamber. He could hear faint flute music from within, growing fainter as Quirrell presumably descended through the trapdoor. Taking a deep breath, Harry centered himself, drawing on all his forest training. "Star Child," he whispered, invoking the identity the Centaurs had given him. "Bridge between worlds." Then he opened the door and entered, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Chapter 3, Prophecies Converge. Harry stood at the edge of the trapdoor, staring into the darkness below. Fluffy's three heads snored in peaceful harmony, lulled by the enchanted flute Quirrell had left playing itself in the corner. The massive dog's hot breath smelled of raw meat and something earthier, reminding Harry of the deep forest where predators roamed. 5 minutes. That's how long Quirrell had been ahead of him. 5 minutes to navigate whatever challenges lay between here and the Philosopher's Stone. Harry took a steadying breath, centering himself as Firenze had taught him. The forest magic stirred within him, responding to his call, a quiet power so different from the flashy spells his classmates favored. He reached out with his senses, feeling the currents of magic flowing beneath the trapdoor, protective enchantments layered like tree rings, growing stronger toward the center. "Here goes nothing," he muttered, and jumped. He fell through cold, damp air and landed with a muffled thump on something that felt alive. Instantly, Harry recognized the distinctive texture beneath him, Devil's Snare, a plant they'd studied in herbology. Already its tendrils were wrapping around his ankles. Instead of struggling or reaching for his wand, Harry placed his palms directly against the plant's surface and closed his eyes. "I mean no harm," he whispered in the language of growing things Firenze had taught him. "I seek only passage." The plant hesitated, its instinctive strangulation reflex pausing as it sensed Harry's forest magic. The vines loosened slightly, allowing Harry to slip between them and drop to the stone floor below. As he landed lightly on his feet, he spotted the remains of a small fire. Quirrell's method of forcing his way through had been far less gentle. "Thanks," Harry called back to the plant, which rustled what might have been acknowledgement. The next chamber contained flying keys and broomsticks. Many of the keys fluttered with bent wings, evidence of Quirrell's violent passage. Harry mounted a broomstick and rose into the air, searching not for the most obvious target but for the key that resonated with the lock's energy. His forest-trained senses quickly identified it, a silver key with blue wings that glowed faintly to his perception. Rather than chase it, Harry hovered still, extending his awareness. "I need your help," he murmured, not to the key but to the air itself. "Guide it to me." A gentle current stirred around him, and the silver key suddenly veered in his direction. Harry plucked it from the air with seeker-trained reflexes and swooped down to unlock the door. The following chamber contained a giant chessboard, the pieces already shattered from Quirrell's battle through them. Beyond that was a chamber reeking of troll, an even larger specimen than the one Harry had faced at Halloween, now lying unconscious with a bloody gash on its temple. The next room stopped Harry in his tracks. Purple flames sprang up behind him while black flames blocked the doorway ahead. A table with 7 differently shaped bottles stood in the center of the room, along with a parchment containing a logic puzzle. Harry scanned the riddle, then studied the bottles. 2 would help, 1 to go forward, 1 to go back. The rest contained poison. As he considered the clues, Harry noticed something the puzzlemaker hadn't accounted for, the residual energy left on the smallest bottle from Quirrell's touch mere minutes ago. "Too easy," he muttered, picking up the tiny bottle. Only enough for 1 swallow remained. Quirrell had drunk the rest. Harry downed it in 1 gulp, feeling an icy sensation spread through his body. He stepped through the black flames unharmed. The chamber beyond was circular, with descending steps leading to a central platform where a familiar sight stood, the mirror of Eriste. And before it, Professor Quirrell, completely still, all traces of his nervous stammer gone. "I wondered if you'd follow me, Potter," he said without turning around, his voice calm and cold, nothing like his usual fearful quaver. "You don't sound surprised," Harry replied, moving cautiously down the steps. Quirrell chuckled, a harsh, unfamiliar sound. "You've been suspecting me for months, haven't you?" While everyone else was watching poor, stuttering P. Professor Quirrell or suspecting Severus. Now he turned, his face transformed by a coldly confident expression. "You're more observant than your classmates. The forest raised you well." "It wasn't hard to figure out," Harry said, keeping his distance while scanning the room for any advantage. "The forest taught me to recognize predators. You couldn't hide what you are." "What I am?" Quirrell laughed again. "You have no idea what I am, boy." "I think I do," Harry countered. "You're possessed. Something's using you, something that's been drinking unicorn blood in the forest. Something desperate." Quirrell's face twisted with anger. "Clever child. Too clever. But you're too late. All that remains is to retrieve the stone from this mirror, and then my master will be reborn." "Your master?" Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. "The greatest wizard who ever lived," Quirrell whispered reverently. "The Dark Lord whose power you somehow broke as an infant. He found me during my travels, showed me how foolish I'd been with my petty pursuit of good and evil. There is only power, Potter, and I serve the one who wields it most completely." As Quirrell spoke, Harry felt a searing pain building in his scar, sharper and more focused than ever before. The dark magic in the chamber was palpable, like a toxic fog seeping into his lungs. He needed to stall while figuring out how to prevent Quirrell from getting the stone. "The mirror is the key," Quirrell muttered, returning his attention to the mirror of Erist. The stone is inside somehow. I see myself presenting it to my master, but how do I get it out? Use the boy, came a high, cold voice from nowhere, and everywhere. Harry's blood froze. The voice seemed to emanate from Quirrell himself, yet it wasn't his. Quirrell rounded on Harry. Yes, Potter, come here. When Harry hesitated, Quirrell flicked his wand, and invisible bonds wrapped around Harry, dragging him forward until he stood before the mirror. Look! Quirrell commanded. Tell me what you see. Harry stared into the mirror, expecting to see his two families as before. Instead, he saw only himself, alone. His reflection smiled at him, reached into its pocket, and pulled out a blood-red stone. The reflection winked, then returned the stone to its pocket, and at that same moment, Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket. He had the stone. Well? Quirrell demanded impatiently. What do you see? Harry's mind raced. The truth would be suicide. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, he invented. I've won the House Cup. He lies, came that terrible voice again. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. Quirrell protested. I have strength enough, for this. Harry tried to back away, but the magical bonds held him in place. He watched in horror as Quirrell began unwrapping his turban. As the cloth fell away, Quirrell turned slowly to reveal the back of his head, where, instead of hair or skin, there was a face. The most terrible face Harry had ever seen, chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. Harry Potter, it whispered. See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. Unicorn blood has strengthened me these past weeks, but once I have the elixir of life, I can create a body of my own. The face twisted into a grotesque smile. Give me the stone in your pocket. So he knew. Harry doubled his efforts to break free of the magical bonds, reaching deep for his forest magic. Don't be a fool, Voldemort hissed. Better to save your own life and join me, or meet the same end as your parents. They died begging for mercy. Liar! Harry shouted, feeling something snap inside him. The magical bonds shattered as Harry's combined magic, wizard and forest, surged outward. The sudden release sent him staggering backward, away from Quirrell and the abomination attached to him. Seize him! Voldemort screamed. Quirrell lunged forward, hands outstretched. His fingers closed around Harry's wrist, and immediately both of them howled in pain. Quirrell's hand blistered where it touched Harry's skin, the flesh turning an angry red before crumbling away like ash. What is this magic? Quirrell shrieked, staring in horror at his disintegrating fingers. Seize him! Seize him! Voldemort screamed. Quirrell dove at Harry, knocking him to the ground, wrapping his remaining hand around Harry's throat. The pain in Harry's scar was blinding, but even through it, he could feel Quirrell's agonized howling as his hand began to crumble. Acting on pure instinct, Harry pressed his own palms against Quirrell's face. The effect was immediate. Quirrell screamed and tried to pull away, but Harry held on, watching through pain-blurred vision as the professor's features blistered and dissolved beneath his touch. Kill him! Voldemort's voice shrieked, but Quirrell was beyond following commands, his body literally disintegrating at Harry's touch. As Quirrell collapsed, Harry saw a smoky shadow rise from the fallen body, a wraith-like form with Voldemort's face that howled in rage before streaming through Harry's chest. The pain was unbearable, like ice and fire simultaneously. The last thing Harry saw before consciousness left him was a swirl of midnight blue robes and a familiar pair of half-moon spectacles. Firenze told me this might happen, came Dumbledore's distant voice. The Star Child awakens. Harry woke to the familiar sterile smell of the hospital wing. His body felt heavy, as if he'd run through the forest for days without rest. Beside his bed sat Dumbledore, watching him with those penetrating blue eyes. Good afternoon, Harry, the headmaster said gently. Memory flooded back: Quirrell, the mirror, Voldemort's face, the stone. Harry bolted upright. Sir! The stone! Quirrell was trying to. Calm yourself, dear boy. You are a little behind the times, Dumbledore smiled. Quirrell does not have the stone. Then who does? Did you get there in time? I had it in my pocket, but then, Harry, please relax, or Madame Pomfrey will have me thrown out. To answer your questions, the stone has been destroyed. Destroyed? Harry sank back into his pillows. But what about Nicholas Flamel? You know about Nicholas? Dumbledore sounded delighted. You did do the thing properly, didn't you? Well, Nicholas and I have had a chat, and he agrees it's for the best. But that means he and his wife will die, won't they? They have enough elixir to set their affairs in order. To one as young as you, I'm sure it seems incredible, but to Nicholas and Perenelle, it's like going to bed after a very, very long day. Harry absorbed this, then asked the question burning in his mind. Sir, Voldemort's still out there, isn't he? He'll try other ways to come back. Dumbledore's face grew somber. Yes, Harry, he is. Not being truly alive, he cannot be killed. However, you have delayed his return to power, and that is no small feat. He left Quirrell to die and shows just as little mercy to his followers as his enemies. And sir, there are some other things I'd like to know, if you can tell me, things I want to know the truth about. The truth, Dumbledore sighed. It is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with great caution. However, I shall answer your questions unless I have a very good reason not to. First, why couldn't Quirrell touch me? Your mother died to save you, Harry. If there is one thing Voldemort cannot understand, it is love. He didn't realize that love as powerful as your mother's leaves its own mark, not a scar, no visible sign, but to have been loved so deeply provides protection that lives in your very skin. Quirrell, full of hatred, greed, and ambition, sharing his soul with Voldemort, could not touch you for this reason. Harry digested this. And the invisibility cloak, you sent it to me? Ah, your father happened to leave it in my possession, and I thought you might like it. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Useful things, invisibility cloaks. Your father used it mainly for sneaking off to the kitchens to steal food when he was here. There's something else, Harry said slowly. Before I passed out, I heard you say something about the Star Child awakening. What did you mean? Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. I wondered if you would remember that. Tell me, Harry, what do you know of the Star Child prophecy? Only what the Centaurs have told me. That I'm a bridge between worlds, meant to unite the forest and wizard kind somehow. Yes, that is the essence of it. But there is more, a connection between that ancient prophecy and the one that linked you to Voldemort before your birth. Harry sat up straighter. There's another prophecy about me? There is. Made shortly before your birth, it foretold that a child born as the 7th month dies would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, marked as his equal. That child was you, Harry. But how does that connect to the Star Child prophecy? Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. The Centaur prophecy predates the human one by centuries. It speaks of a child, marked by the stars and by an enemy's hand, who would walk between worlds when the darkness rises again. The Centaurs recognized the connection when they found you beneath the celestial crown that night. So both prophecies are about me defeating Voldemort? Harry asked, trying to make sense of it. Not precisely. The human prophecy speaks directly of your conflict with Voldemort. The Centaur prophecy has a broader scope. It concerns the greater divide between magical beings that Voldemort has exploited but did not create. Dumbledore's eyes grew distant. The Centaurs showed me their full prophecy after they claimed you. It speaks of the Star Child having power the Dark Lord knows not, identical wording to the human prophecy. I believe they are not separate predictions but different perspectives on the same cosmic truth. Harry's head swam with this revelation. So when I faced Quirrell and Voldemort just now, you demonstrated exactly the dual nature the prophecies foretold. Your mother's protection, human wizard magic of the deepest kind, combined with the forest connection the Centaurs nurtured in you. Two magics, two worlds, united in one defender. Dumbledore smiled gently. It is why Voldemort could not bear to touch you, but also why the stone came to you from the mirror. I don't understand. The mirror gives only what we truly desire, Harry. You wanted to find the stone, but not to use it, only to protect it. This selflessness is a quality valued equally by the deepest human magic and the ancient forest wisdom. The mirror recognized in you what the prophecies foretold, a bridge between magical traditions. It was a lot to absorb. Harry fell silent, processing the implications of being the subject of not one but two interconnected prophecies. I think, Dumbledore said after a moment, that is enough revelations for one day. Your friends will be anxious to see you when Madame Pomfrey permits visitors. As Dumbledore rose to leave, Harry remembered one more question. Sir. Why does Professor Snape hate me so much? Dumbledore paused. Professor Snape does not hate you, Harry. He and your father were rivals during their time at Hogwarts, rather like you and Mr. Malfoy. And then, your father did something Snape could never forgive. What? He saved his life. At Harry's confusion, Dumbledore elaborated slightly. Magical debts create powerful bonds, sometimes experienced as resentment. But that is a story for another time. Rest now, Harry. After Dumbledore left, Harry was visited first by Ron and Hermione, who filled him in on what had happened after he went through the trapdoor. Ron had found Professor McGonagall, who initially dismissed their concerns until Hermione returned reporting that she'd seen Quirrell entering the forbidden corridor. McGonagall had then sent for Dumbledore, who had apparently never left for London at all. The message about his departure had been part of Quirrell's deception. The whole school's talking about what happened, Ron said excitedly. But nobody knows the real story except us. And Dumbledore, Harry added. He knows more than he's telling, I think. The next few days passed in a blur of visitors and recovering strength. When Madame Pomfrey finally released him, it was the evening before the end-of-year feast. Harry made his way not to Gryffindor Tower but outside to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where he'd arranged to meet Firenze. The centaur was waiting exactly where Harry expected, his palomino body gleaming in the twilight. Star Child, Firenze greeted him. You have survived your first trial. You knew this would happen, Harry said. It wasn't a question. The stars foretold a confrontation. The details were clouded. Firenze's blue eyes studied Harry intently. You have changed. The magic flows differently through you now. Harry nodded, feeling the truth of this observation. Since his encounter with Voldemort, his awareness of both wizard and forest magic had heightened, as if the two streams were beginning to merge into a unified current. Dumbledore told me about the connection between the prophecies, Harry said. Why didn't you tell me there was another prophecy about me? It was not our place to reveal human predictions, Firenze replied. Each magical tradition guards its own foresight. But now that you know, you understand why the Centaurs claimed you that night. Why it was essential you learn our ways. I think so. The power Voldemort doesn't know is partly what you taught me, connecting with magic rather than commanding it. Firenze nodded approvingly. The Dark Wizard sees magic as a tool to be controlled. You are learning to see it as a living force to be respected. This difference will be crucial in the trials to come. Will there be more confrontations? The stars do not lie, Star Child. The darkness that fled your touch will gather strength and return. When it does, both your worlds must stand together. They talked until the stars emerged, Firenze helping Harry understand more fully what his unique position meant. When they finally parted, the centaur pressed something into Harry's hand, a small crystal that caught the starlight like a prism. Keep this with you, Firenze instructed. When you need to speak with me, hold it beneath the night sky and think of the forest. Distance cannot sever the connection between Star Child and stars. The end-of-year feast was a jubilant affair, with Gryffindor winning the House Cup thanks to last-minute points awarded for the trio's adventure with the Philosopher's Stone. As the students celebrated around him, Harry felt both a part of and apart from the revelry, aware now of his place between worlds in a way he hadn't been before. On the train ride back to London, Harry, Ron, and Hermione discussed plans for the summer. Harry would return to the forest for several weeks before spending the latter part of the break at the Weasleys' home, an arrangement Dumbledore had helped organize. "You'll love the burrow," Ron promised. "It's not much, but it's home." "I'm sure it's brilliant," Harry replied sincerely. After the Dursleys and the forest, any loving home would seem miraculous. As they disembarked at King's Cross, Harry hugged his friends goodbye, knowing that whatever challenges the next year brought, he wouldn't face them alone. With the crystal from Firenze in his pocket and his wand tucked securely in his sleeve, Harry headed toward Hagrid, who would accompany him back to the forest and his Centaur family. The Star Child was going home, to one home, at least, before returning to the other. The bridge between worlds had survived his first trial, but the greater test still lay ahead. Harry's second year at Hogwarts began with whispers. They followed him from the moment he boarded the Hogwarts Express, intensifying when he entered the Great Hall for the start-of-term feast. Students from all houses stared and murmured behind their hands as he passed. "Did you hear what happened over the summer? They say he performed ancient magic in Diagon Alley. My father at the ministry says the forest creatures are calling him their champion." The rumors weren't entirely wrong. Harry's summer had indeed been eventful, split between the Centaur herd and the Weasley family. In the forest, he had deepened his understanding of Centaur magic, participating in ancient rituals usually closed to outsiders. With the Weasleys, he'd experienced the warmth of family life for the first time, though their trip to Diagon Alley had been complicated by an unexpected encounter with Lucius Malfoy. The senior Malfoy had sneered openly at Arthur Weasley's company, particularly Harry with his forest-influenced appearance, leading to a tense confrontation in Flourish and Blots. When Malfoy had made a disparaging comment about half-breed sympathizers, Harry's control had momentarily slipped, causing every book on the nearby shelves to simultaneously open and close with a thunderous clapping sound. The display of wandless magic had stunned onlookers and fueled the whispers that now dogged his return to school. "Just ignore them," Hermione advised as they sat at the Gryffindor table. She'd grown an inch over the summer and arrived with even more books than usual. "People always exaggerate." "Easy for you to say," Ron grumbled. "Nobody's asking if you can talk to plants or read minds." Harry smiled faintly. "At least nobody's asking for autographs this year." The sorting ceremony proceeded as usual until McGonagall called Weasley, Ginevra, and Ron's younger sister approached the stool. The hat barely touched her flame-red hair before shouting, "Gryffindor." She hurried to join them, blushing furiously when Harry congratulated her. Dumbledore's start-of-term announcements included the introduction of a new defense against the dark arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart, a flamboyant wizard with gleaming golden hair and a dazzling smile. As Lockhart stood to acknowledge the applause, mostly from female students, Harry felt an immediate dissonance. Something about the man's energy struck him as fundamentally false, like tree bark painted to look like gold. "He wrote practically the entire book list," Hermione whispered admiringly. "He's accomplished so much." Harry exchanged skeptical glances with Ron. During his summer reading, he'd noticed inconsistencies in Lockhart's books that struck his forest-trained sense of natural patterns. The timing of certain events didn't align, and some of the magical solutions described contradicted fundamental principles Harry had learned from both Centaur and Wizard teachings. "We'll see," was all he said. The first weeks of term confirmed Harry's suspicions about Lockhart, whose classes proved to be elaborate exercises in self-promotion rather than practical defense instruction. Harry found himself supplementing the useless lessons with his own studies, drawing on both the forest techniques Firenze had taught him and advanced defense books he borrowed from the library. Other classes, however, provided welcome challenges. Professor Flitwick approached Harry after their first charms lesson. "Mr. Potter, I've been reading about your, unique approach to magic, the tiny professor squeaked excitedly. Professor McGonagall shared some observations from last year. Would you be willing to demonstrate your integrated technique for the class? Educational purposes only, of course. Harry agreed, and in their next lesson demonstrated how he combined wand movements with centaur energy sensing to enhance the engorgement charm they were studying. Rather than simply increasing an object's size, Harry's version preserved its fundamental nature while expanding it, resulting in an apple that grew to the size of a pumpkin without losing its perfect taste or texture. Extraordinary. Flitwick clapped his hands. You're not forcing the magic, but rather, suggesting it, yes. Exactly, Professor, Harry confirmed. The Centaurs taught me that all things have an essential nature that magic should work with, not against. Not all teachers were as enthusiastic about Harry's unconventional methods. Snape remained coldly critical in potions, though Harry occasionally caught the professor watching him with an expression that seemed less hostile than calculating, as if trying to solve a particularly complex puzzle. The most significant development came in transfiguration. After Harry successfully transformed a beetle into a button using his integrated approach, resulting in a button with subtle, living iridescence, McGonagall kept him after class. Potter, your technique continues to intrigue me, she said, studying the shimmering button. It defies conventional transfiguration theory, yet consistently produces results that are, in some ways, superior to standard methods. Thank you, Professor. It's not entirely a compliment, she said crisply. Your approach lacks the precision we teach at Hogwarts. However. Her expression softened slightly. I've been corresponding with Professor Dumbledore about your unique situation. He believes, and I cautiously agree, that you might benefit from advanced individualized instruction. What kind of instruction? A modified curriculum that would allow you to develop your integrated magical approach more formally. You would still attend regular classes, but receive additional lessons exploring the theoretical underpinnings of what you're doing instinctively. Harry felt a surge of excitement. I'd like that very much, Professor. Good. Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and I will each work with you once per week. Professor Snape has also, reluctantly, agreed to contribute. Harry's eyebrows shot up. Snape volunteered to give me extra lessons. Professor Snape, McGonagall corrected automatically. And not precisely volunteered. But he acknowledges your potential. She adjusted her spectacles. One more thing, Potter. The headmaster suggests you might wish to share some of what you learn with your classmates. Perhaps a study group of sorts. Harry understood the unspoken suggestion. Dumbledore wanted him to begin building bridges between magical traditions now, starting with his fellow students. He nodded. I could do that. The study group began informally, just Harry, Ron, and Hermione meeting in an unused classroom to practice. But word spread quickly, and within weeks, students from different houses were asking to join, curious about Harry's unique magical techniques. I don't understand why it works, Terry Boot, a Ravenclaw, complained after watching Harry demonstrate how to infuse a standard severing charm with awareness of the fabric's weave, resulting in a cleaner cut than the normal spell produced. It doesn't follow any magical theory I've studied. That's because you're limiting yourself to wizard theory, Harry explained patiently. The Centaurs understand magic differently, as a conversation rather than a command. Try thinking of the spell not as something you impose on the object, but as a request you're making. To his credit, Terry tried, his face scrunched in concentration as he attempted to connect with the fabric before casting. His severing charm wasn't as clean as Harry's, but the edges showed less fraying than his previous attempts. I felt something different, he exclaimed. Like the fabric was. I don't know, listening somehow. Harry nodded encouragingly. That's it exactly. Everything has its own nature, its own magic. Working with it rather than on it makes your spells more effective. Not everyone adapted easily to Harry's teachings. Some students, particularly those from old wizarding families, found the Centaur approach too abstract or resisted the idea that non-human magic could enhance their spellwork. Draco Malfoy, hearing about the study group, made a point of loudly dismissing it as primitive nonsense whenever Harry was in earshot. "Next he'll have you all dancing around trees and sacrificing toadstools to the moon," Malfoy sneered one day in the corridor. "Potters turned Hogwarts into a remedial school for half-breeds." "Ignore him," Hermione advised, pulling Harry away before he could respond. "He's just jealous because you're teaching magic even the professors find impressive." Despite such occasional tensions, the autumn term progressed peacefully, until Halloween, when everything changed. Harry was returning from nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party with Ron and Hermione when he heard it, a voice, cold and murderous, that seemed to come from inside the walls. "Rip, tear, kill." He stopped dead, looking around wildly. That voice. What voice? Ron asked, alarmed. The voice moved, fading upward. Harry took off running, following it through the corridors, his friends hurrying behind him in confusion. The voice led him to the second floor, where he rounded a corner and froze. Foot-high words gleamed on the wall between two windows: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Beneath the message hung Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, stiff as a board. And from an overhead pipe, a thin trickle of water had formed a puddle on the floor. "We should go," Hermione whispered urgently, but before they could move, students flooded the corridor from both directions, returning from the Halloween feast. The chattering crowd fell silent as they spotted the hanging cat and the threatening message. Then someone shouted, "Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods." It was Draco Malfoy, his cold eyes alive with malice as he grinned at the immobile cat. Filch arrived moments later, followed by teachers drawn by the commotion. The caretaker's anguished wail upon seeing Mrs. Norris quickly transformed to rage when he spotted Harry nearby. "You've murdered my cat," he shrieked. "You've killed her. I'll kill you. Argus." Dumbledore's firm voice cut through the chaos as he arrived on the scene. After a brief examination, he announced that Mrs. Norris was not dead but petrified, and could eventually be restored with a mandrake restorative draft. "Ask him how he did it," Filch demanded, pointing at Harry. "He knows I'm a squib. He did this." "No second year could have done this," Dumbledore said calmly. "It would take dark magic of the most advanced. He's different." Filch spat. "Everyone knows he does strange magic. Forest magic." Harry felt the weight of suspicious stares from students and some teachers. The whispers that had followed him since the beginning of term took on a darker tone. "I didn't do this," he said clearly, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. "But I did hear something before we found Mrs. Norris. A voice in the walls talking about killing. No one else could hear it." This admission only intensified the murmuring. Hearing voices was never a good sign, even in the wizarding world. Dumbledore's eyes held Harry's for a long moment before he dismissed the gathered students. Innocent until proven guilty, he reminded everyone. But the damage was done. By breakfast the next morning, many students were giving Harry a wide berth in the corridors. The Chamber of Secrets became the sole topic of conversation, with wild theories spreading about what it contained and who the heir of Slytherin might be. "It's not you," Hermione insisted during a hushed conversation in the library. The chamber was supposedly built by Salazar Slytherin himself, hidden somewhere in the castle. Legend says it contains a monster that only the heir of Slytherin can control, meant to purge the school of those Slytherin considered unworthy to study magic. "You mean Muggleborns," Harry said grimly. "Exactly. But Harry, you're in Gryffindor, not Slytherin. And more importantly, you'd never harm anyone because of their birth." "Try telling that to the rest of the school," Ron muttered, nodding toward a group of Hufflepuffs who were casting suspicious glances their way. The following weeks brought mounting tensions. Harry's study group dwindled as parents wrote concerned letters about their children associating with the Potter boy after rumors of the chamber incident spread. The few who remained, mostly Gryffindors, plus Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw and, surprisingly, Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff, became a tighter-knit group as a result. My gran always said centaur magic was older and purer than most wizard spells, Neville explained when Harry asked why he hadn't left the group. She says only fools fear knowledge. Harry's advanced lessons with the professors continued, taking on new urgency given the situation. During one session with McGonagall, Harry confided his frustration about the voice no one else could hear. "I know I'm not imagining it, Professor. And I know it's connected to whatever's happening." McGonagall regarded him thoughtfully. "Potter, your upbringing has given you sensitivities other students lack. The Centaurs are known for hearing and seeing what remains hidden to most wizards. You think it's related to my forest training? Perhaps. The castle contains ancient magics that respond differently to different individuals. Your unique magical signature may be detecting something others cannot." This perspective helped Harry refocus his efforts. Instead of trying to convince others of what he'd heard, he began using his forest-trained senses to detect patterns and anomalies in the castle's magical currents. During his next visit to the forest, a regular arrangement Dumbledore had maintained despite growing pressure from some parents to restrict Harry's access, he sought Firenze's counsel. "The voice speaks of killing, but only I can hear it," Harry explained as they walked beneath the autumn canopy. "And now students have been petrified, not just Mrs. Norris, but a first-year named Colin Creevey too." Firenze's blue eyes were troubled. "The stars have grown more ominous since summer's end. Mars burns ever brighter, conflict approaches its zenith. But what does it mean? What am I hearing?" The centaur stopped, regarding Harry solemnly. "Consider, Star Child. What creatures speak in voices only certain wizards can hear?" Harry's mind raced through possibilities until a cold realization dawned. "A snake. You think I'm hearing a snake because I'm a Parselmouth?" Firenze neither confirmed nor denied this. "The centaurs suspected your gift when you first came to us. You communicated with serpents in the forest, though you were too young to recognize the difference between their language and others. But I've never told anyone I can speak Parseltongue," Harry said, alarmed. "It's associated with dark wizards, with Slytherin himself. The gift itself is neutral, like all magic. It is the use that determines its nature." Firenze placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "The Star Child prophecy speaks of one who unites divided magics. Perhaps this gift is part of that bridge." Harry returned to the castle with this new understanding, sharing it only with Ron and Hermione. Together, they began researching what kind of snake could petrify its victims rather than kill them outright. Their research was interrupted by the formation of a dueling club, ostensibly to help students protect themselves from the chamber's monster. Led by the preening Lockhart and a visibly disdainful Snape, the first meeting quickly devolved into chaos when Draco Malfoy, paired with Harry for a demonstration, conjured a snake that turned threateningly toward Justin Finch-Fletchley. Acting instinctively, Harry addressed the snake in Parseltongue, "Leave him alone." The snake subsided immediately, but the damage was done. The entire hall had heard Harry speaking the serpent language, and the fear and suspicion surrounding him instantly multiplied. "Now everyone will think you're the heir of Slytherin for sure," Ron said gloomily afterward. "Parseltongue is exactly what Salazar was famous for." The situation deteriorated further when Justin himself was found petrified the very next day, along with nearly headless Nick. Harry was nearby when they were discovered, having been searching for Justin to explain what had really happened with the snake. Despite Dumbledore's continued support, the atmosphere at Hogwarts grew increasingly hostile toward Harry. Students openly avoided him in corridors, whispers followed him everywhere, and even his study group dwindled to just the most loyal few. December arrived with heavy snow that blanketed the grounds in white silence. Most students signed up to go home for the holidays, eager to escape the castle's growing tension. The Weasleys and Hermione stayed, unwilling to leave Harry alone amid the suspicion. "We need to solve this mystery before someone gets seriously hurt," Hermione declared one evening in the empty common room. If Harry's right and it's a snake moving through the pipes, we need to identify what kind and find the entrance to the chamber. Their investigations led them to question Moaning Myrtle, a ghost who haunted the girls' bathroom on the second floor, near where Mrs. Norris had been attacked. Myrtle revealed she had died in that very bathroom 50 years ago when the chamber had last been opened. "I just remember seeing a pair of great big yellow eyes over by that sink," she explained, pointing to a sink that Harry discovered had a tiny snake etched into the faucet. Before they could investigate further, the Christmas holidays intervened. On Christmas morning, Harry received an unexpected gift, a book entitled Magical Convergence, Theories of Cross-Traditional Spell Integration, with a note from Professor McGonagall suggesting it might help his research. The book proved fascinating, describing historical instances where wizards had successfully incorporated magical techniques from other traditions, goblin metallurgy, Mermish water manipulation, and even limited aspects of Centaur star magic. One chapter particularly caught Harry's attention: language-based magical integration, beyond incantations. "Look at this," he showed Hermione. "It says that magical languages like Parseltongue can be used as conduits for other types of magic, not just controlling snakes, but accessing older, more intuitive magical currents. Like your forest magic," she realized, eyes widening. "Harry, you could potentially use Parseltongue to enhance your integrated techniques. Or to communicate with the basilisk," came Luna Lovegood's dreamy voice from behind them. They turned to find the eccentric first-year standing there, having apparently entered the common room with Ginny Weasley. "The what?" Harry asked. "The basilisk," Luna repeated calmly. "That's what's petrifying everyone. King of serpents, kills with its gaze. Though no one's died yet, which is interesting." Hermione's expression shifted from annoyance at the interruption to sudden comprehension. "Of course. A basilisk. It fits perfectly, the voice in the pipes, the petrification. But if it kills with its gaze, why is everyone just petrified?" Ron asked. "No one's looked it directly in the eye," Luna explained, twirling a strand of her blonde hair. "Mrs. Norris saw its reflection in the water. Colin threw his camera. Justin threw nearly headless Nick, who can't die again because he's already dead." Harry stared at her. "How did you figure this out?" "Oh, Daddy wrote about basilisks last year in the Quibbler. They're quite fascinating creatures, misunderstood really. I recognized the pattern." She smiled vaguely. "Also, the spiders have been fleeing the castle. Spiders fear the basilisk above all other creatures." The pieces clicked into place. With Luna's insight, they quickly confirmed the monster's identity through research in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The basilisk explained everything: the Parseltongue voice Harry heard, the petrifications, Slytherin's connection to serpents. "We need to tell Dumbledore immediately," Hermione insisted. But when they reached the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall intercepted them with grave news: Dumbledore had been suspended by the school governors, led by Lucius Malfoy, who claimed the headmaster had failed to stop the attacks. "The school will likely close if another student is harmed," McGonagall told them, her voice tight with worry. "What did you need to tell the headmaster?" "Perhaps I can help." They shared their discovery about the basilisk and the likely location of the chamber's entrance. McGonagall listened intently, then promised to alert the remaining staff immediately. "You four return to your dormitory and stay there," she ordered. "The professors will handle this situation." But as they turned to go, a magnified voice echoed through the corridors: "Lockhart, calling all students back to their dormitories and all staff to the second-floor corridor." Following a gut instinct, Harry led his friends on a detour that brought them within earshot of the gathered professors. What they overheard chilled their blood: Ginny Weasley had been taken into the chamber itself. A new message on the wall read, "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." "We have to save her," Ron said immediately, his face white with shock. "She's my sister." "The professors," Hermione began. "Did you hear them?" Harry cut in. "They're sending Lockhart down to the chamber, and he's a fraud. He'll get himself killed and Ginny too. Then we tell McGonagall what we know, Hermione insisted. There's no time, Harry replied. I can speak Parseltongue. I can open the chamber. And I think I might be able to control the basilisk, or at least communicate with it. The decision made, they headed first to Lockhart's office, intending to share their knowledge of the chamber's entrance. Instead, they found the professor hastily packing to flee the school. Leaving so soon? Harry asked coldly from the doorway. What about your heroic rescue mission? Lockhart's handsome face twisted with fear and resentment. Well, obviously, regrettable necessity, urgent call. Unavoidable. Under pressure and faced with 3 wands, Lockhart crumbled, admitting he had fabricated all his heroic exploits, stealing the stories from the true heroes and modifying their memories afterward. You're a coward and a fraud, Harry said flatly. But you're still coming with us to the chamber. We need an adult present, even a useless one. With Lockhart unwillingly in tow, they made their way to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry approached the sink with the snake emblem, staring intently at the tiny serpent etched there. He cleared his mind, focusing on the snake's form until it seemed almost alive. Open, he commanded in Parseltongue. The sink began to move, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide down. Without hesitation, Harry led the way into the dark tunnel, followed by the others. The passage led them deep beneath the school to a damp stone tunnel littered with small animal bones. They followed it until they reached a solid wall carved with 2 entwined serpents. Open, Harry hissed again, and the stone serpents parted, allowing them entrance to the Chamber of Secrets proper, a long, dimly lit hall flanked by towering stone pillars entwined with more carved serpents. At the far end of the chamber lay a small, black-robed figure with flaming red hair, Ginny, deathly pale and barely moving. Beside her stood a tall, handsome boy of about 16, strangely blurred at the edges as if viewed through mist. Tom Riddle, Harry realized, recognizing the boy from a mysterious diary they'd found earlier in the year. Harry Potter, the boy replied, his voice soft yet cold. I've been wanting to meet you for a very long time. What followed was a revelation that shook Harry to his core. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the memory preserved in the diary, was none other than the teenage Voldemort. He had been using Ginny to open the chamber and release the basilisk, slowly draining her life force to restore his own physical form. She poured her soul into my diary, and I poured a little of myself back into her, Riddle explained with cruel satisfaction. Enough to make her open the chamber and set the basilisk on those filthy mudbloods and that Squib's cat. As Riddle spoke, Harry assessed the situation with the calm clarity his forest training had instilled. Ginny was fading fast. Ron and Hermione stood frozen near the entrance, with Lockhart cowering behind them. And somewhere nearby lurked the basilisk itself, ready to be summoned by its master. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. His wand magic alone wouldn't be enough against the memory of Voldemort and a 1,000-year-old basilisk. But perhaps his integrated approach, combining wizard spells with forest magic and now, potentially, Parseltongue, might create an advantage. Riddle seemed to read his thoughts. Wondering if your unusual upbringing gives you an edge, Potter. The forest child with his primitive magic. He laughed coldly. I know all about you from Ginny's stories. The famous Harry Potter, raised by centaurs, speaking to snakes, so similar to me in many ways, yet fundamentally different. We're nothing alike, Harry stated firmly. No. We're both orphans. Both Parselmouths. Both drawn to ancient, powerful magic beyond ordinary wizardry. Riddle twirled Ginny's wand between his fingers. But I embraced my heritage as Slytherin's heir, while you deny yours, playing at being a bridge between magical kinds. His voice hardened. Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Slytherin, against the famous Harry Potter with his forest tricks. Riddle turned toward the massive statue of Salazar Slytherin at the end of the chamber and hissed in Parseltongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The statue's mouth opened, revealing a dark tunnel from which emerged the basilisk, an enormous serpent at least 50 feet long with poisonous green scales. Harry immediately closed his eyes, remembering the deadly power of its gaze. "Kill the boy," Riddle commanded in Parseltongue. "Leave the others for later." Harry heard the massive serpent slithering toward him. Acting on instinct, he reached out with his forest senses while simultaneously speaking in Parseltongue. "Great serpent, hear me," he hissed, infusing the words with the respectful connection Firenze had taught him to use with forest creatures. "I am not your enemy." The basilisk hesitated, confusion evident in its movements. Riddle hissed more urgently, "I command you. Kill him." But Harry continued, drawing on everything he'd learned about integrating magical traditions. "You have been used and manipulated, Ancient One. Your purpose was never to kill innocent children. Don't listen to him." Riddle commanded. "I am the heir." Harry took a risk and opened his eyes, looking at the basilisk's reflection in the water covering the chamber floor. In the reflection, he could see the massive serpent's head swaying in apparent confusion, torn between two parcel mouths. "You are more than a weapon," Harry continued, his voice gentle but firm. "Salazar Slytherin may have bred you, but you are a magnificent creature with your own will and wisdom." The basilisk's movements grew agitated. Harry could sense the internal conflict as the ancient serpent struggled between its ingrained obedience to the heir and the unexpected respect in Harry's address. Riddle's form grew more solid as he drained more life from Ginny. "Enough of this. You cannot turn the basilisk against its true master, Potter. It was created to purge Muggle filth from this school, and it will fulfill its purpose." Harry changed tactics. Rather than trying to counter Riddle's commands directly, he drew deeply on his forest magic, connecting with the chamber itself, the ancient stones, the flowing water, the very air around them. This place had stood for 1,000 years, absorbing magic and memory. Like the Hogwarts castle above, it had developed its own kind of awareness. "The chamber remembers," Harry said, no longer speaking just to the basilisk but to the very foundations of the place. "It remembers its true purpose, not murder, but protection. Salazar Slytherin built this chamber to preserve magical knowledge, not to slaughter children." As he spoke, Harry felt the magic shift around him. The water on the chamber floor began to ripple and flow in patterns that defied gravity. The carved serpents on the pillars seemed to writhe slightly, as if awakening from long slumber. Riddle's confident expression faltered. "What are you doing? Stop this at once." Harry continued, now addressing Riddle directly. "Tom Riddle, you corrupted Slytherin's legacy. You twisted his desire to protect magical traditions into hatred and murder. But the chamber knows its true master, not one who commands through fear, but one who respects its original purpose. I am the heir of Slytherin." Riddle shouted, his handsome face contorted with rage. "The basilisk obeys me." But the massive serpent had gone still, its great head turned toward Harry now. In a move that stunned everyone, it slowly lowered its head, as if bowing. "No." Riddle snarled. He raised Ginny's wand, pointing it at Harry. "If the basilisk won't kill you, I'll do it myself." Avada! Before he could finish the curse, a burst of flame erupted above them. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, swooped into the chamber carrying the sorting hat, which it dropped at Harry's feet. Riddle laughed. "This is what Dumbledore sends his champion. A songbird and an old hat." Harry picked up the hat, unsure of its purpose but trusting Dumbledore's wisdom. To his shock, something heavy fell out of it, a gleaming silver sword with rubies set in the hilt. As his hand closed around the grip, he felt an immediate surge of power, as if the sword itself carried centuries of magical intention. Gryffindor's sword, Riddle identified it, his voice tight with anger. "It changes nothing, Potter. You cannot defeat the memory of Lord Voldemort with a relic." But Harry understood now what he needed to do. The diary was the key, the vessel containing Riddle's essence and the conduit draining Ginny's life force. Holding the sword in one hand, He dropped to his knees beside Ginny's still form, locating the small black book beneath her arm. No. Riddle lunged forward, but it was too late. Harry plunged the sword through the diary. Ink spurted from the pages like blood, and Riddle screamed, a terrible, piercing cry of pain and rage. His form writhed and contorted, growing brighter and more fractured until, with a final shriek, he exploded in a shower of light and was gone. The chamber fell silent except for the dripping of water. The basilisk had retreated into its pipe, apparently no longer controlled by Riddle or compelled to attack. Ginny stirred, color returning to her cheeks as the diary's hold on her was broken. "Harry," she murmured weakly. "What happened?" "Oh no, the diary, Tom, it was me, I opened the chamber, I didn't mean to, it's all right," Harry reassured her, helping her sit up. "Riddle's gone. The diary can't hurt anyone anymore." Ron and Hermione rushed forward, Ron embracing his sister while Hermione examined the destroyed diary with fascination. "How did you do that with the basilisk?" she asked Harry. "It was like you, connected with it somehow." "I treated it with respect," Harry explained simply. "The Centaurs taught me that all creatures, even dangerous ones, respond to being acknowledged as thinking beings with their own nature and purpose." Fawkes circled above them, his soft trilling filling the chamber with phoenix song that seemed to heal their fear and exhaustion. The magnificent bird led them back through the tunnel, carrying them up the pipe to Myrtle's bathroom with the strength of his tail feathers. From there, they made their way to Professor McGonagall's office, where they found not only the deputy headmistress but also, to their immense relief, Dumbledore himself, recently returned to the school. With him sat two unexpected figures, Firenze and, looking distinctly uncomfortable indoors, Bane. "Harry," Dumbledore greeted him warmly. "I see you've been busy in my absence." The explanation that followed was lengthy and complex. Ginny, tearful but relieved, described how she'd found the diary and been gradually possessed by Riddle's memory. Harry recounted their discovery of the chamber and his confrontation with both Riddle and the basilisk. When he described how he'd communicated with the basilisk, appealing to its nature rather than trying to command it, Firenze nodded in approval. "The Star Child applies his teachings well," the Centaur observed. "Even the King of Serpents recognizes true respect when offered." "Remarkable," Dumbledore agreed. "Few wizards would have attempted communication rather than combat. Fewer still could have succeeded." Bane, who had remained silent until now, spoke gruffly. "The stars foretold this confluence. The human-raised forest child facing the serpent beneath the castle." He fixed Harry with his stern gaze. "You have honored your centaur training, Harry Potter." Coming from Bane, who had always been the most skeptical of Harry's place among the centaurs, this was extraordinary praise. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled. "I believe this adventure demonstrates precisely what the prophecies foretold, the unique perspective Harry brings as a bridge between magical traditions." "Prophecies?" McGonagall asked sharply. "Plural." "Indeed." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "Which brings us to why our centaur friends have honored us with their presence today. They bring troubling news about a development at the Ministry of Magic, one that threatens the delicate balance between magical communities." Firenze stepped forward. "A new office has been created within your ministry, the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Half-Breeds. Under the guise of standardizing interactions, they seek to restrict the autonomy of centaurs, mere people, and other magical beings who have historically maintained independence from wizard governance." "The legislation was proposed by Dolores Umbridge," Dumbledore added. "A senior ministry official with particular views on non-human magical beings. She would collar and chain us like beasts," Bane declared angrily. "Register us, restrict our territories, monitor our movements." Harry felt cold anger rising within him. "They can't do that. The centaurs have ancient rights to their forest lands. The Centaur Accord of 1407 guarantees your sovereignty. Precisely why Ms. Umbridge seeks to modernize these outdated agreements," Dumbledore said heavily. The chamber incident has provided convenient justification, proof, she claims, that Hogwarts has grown too permissive in its relationship with partial humans and dangerous magical creatures. What does this have to do with Harry's prophecies? McGonagall asked. Firenze and Dumbledore exchanged meaningful glances before the Centaur answered. The Star Child prophecy speaks of a time when the dividing hand rises against the forest dwellers. It foretells that the Star Child will stand at the crossroads of conflict when the Ministry of Humans seeks to chain what cannot be chained. You believe this Umbridge woman is the dividing hand? McGonagall looked skeptical. She is its instrument, Firenze corrected. The true division runs deeper, a fundamental arrogance in wizard kind that views all other magical beings as lesser. This arrogance feeds both the Ministry's overreach and the dark wizard Voldemort's ambitions. The implication stunned everyone into momentary silence. Finally, Harry spoke. What happens now? Dumbledore sighed. For now, you and the others should rest. Your extraordinary actions tonight have earned that much at least. Tomorrow, we will begin addressing both the aftermath of the chamber incident and this concerning development at the Ministry. As they prepared to leave, Firenze approached Harry privately. The confluence of prophecies grows clearer, Star Child. The Dark Lord's shade retreats once more, but the greater conflict between magical communities now emerges into the open. You think Voldemort and Umbridge are connected somehow? Harry asked quietly. Not directly. But they are different manifestations of the same fundamental division, one seeks domination through terror, the other through legislation. Both threaten the balance between magical traditions that you embody. Harry nodded slowly, understanding dawning. That's why both prophecies involve me. The boy who lived confronts Voldemort, while the Star Child addresses the larger division between magical kinds. You learn quickly, Firenze approved. Return to the forest when you can. There is much to discuss about the path ahead. The remainder of the school year passed in a blur of activity. Dumbledore's reinstatement as headmaster and the resolution of the chamber crisis temporarily overshadowed the Ministry's controversial new department. The basilisk remained in the chamber, neither emerging nor harming anyone. Harry had visited once more to confirm that the ancient serpent had returned to a form of hibernation, free from outside control. The petrified victims were successfully revived with the Mandrake restorative draft. Lockhart, who had suffered a memory charm backfire during the chamber incident, was transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital, his fraudulent career effectively over. Harry's status within the school underwent a remarkable transformation. From suspected heir of Slytherin, he became celebrated as the chamber's conqueror. More significantly, his unique approach to magic gained new respect among students and teachers alike. His study group reformed and expanded, with students from all houses now eager to learn his integrated magical techniques. Even some Slytherins joined, including, surprisingly, Blaise Zabini, who admitted privately that he found the idea of cooperative rather than coercive magic intriguingly efficient. As the end of term approached, Harry spent increasing time preparing for what Firenze had warned would be a challenging summer. The Centaur prophecy's references to ministry interference suggested the conflict would intensify during the break. In their final advanced lesson, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout presented Harry with a specially designed summer curriculum to continue developing his integrated magic. Even Snape contributed a slim volume of potion theories that incorporated respect for ingredient properties in ways surprisingly compatible with Centaur approaches. Your methods remain unorthodox, Potter, Snape said in his usual cool tone when delivering the book. But recent events suggest they have certain applications worth exploring. From Dumbledore came the most unexpected gift, a legal document appointing him Harry's official magical guardian, superseding the Dursleys' authority. This will allow you to divide your summer between the forest and the Weasley family without ministry interference, the headmaster explained. At least for now. On the train ride back to London, Harry, Ron, and Hermione discussed plans for staying in touch over the break. Dad says Umbridge is gaining influence at the Ministry, Ron reported grimly. She's been giving speeches about half-breeds corrupting wizard children's education. She's clearly referring to you and your centaur upbringing, Hermione added. Though she's careful not to name you directly. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Firenze thinks she'll make some kind of move against the forest this summer. I need to be ready. We'll help however we can, Hermione promised. I've already started researching ancient magical treaties between wizards and other magical beings. There's precedent for cooperation rather than regulation. And Mom says you're welcome at the Burrow anytime, Ron added. Dad can keep us updated on ministry movements. As they disembarked at King's Cross, Harry spotted Hagrid waiting for him near the barrier, his escort back to the forest for the first part of summer. He hugged his friends goodbye, then joined the gamekeeper. Ready for your forest holiday? Hagrid asked cheerfully. The herd's expecting you tonight. I'm ready, Harry confirmed, feeling the weight of the crystal Firenze had given him in his pocket. I have a feeling this summer's going to be eventful. Hagrid's expression grew serious. Aye, that's likely true. Dumbledore's worried about this Umbridge woman and her department. Says she's got it in for anything that's not pure wizard. Let her come, Harry said quietly. The forest has faced threats before. As they prepared to depart the station, Harry glanced back at the Hogwarts Express, the connection between his wizard and forest lives. The coming months would test his ability to truly serve as the bridge the prophecies described. The chamber had been only the beginning. The Star Child and the Boy Who Lived, two prophecies converging in one person with feet planted in different worlds. As Harry followed Hagrid toward the Forbidden Forest and his Centaur family, he felt both burdens settling firmly on his shoulders. Whatever came next, he would face it as both the forest-raised Star Child and the wizard Harry Potter. The time for choosing between worlds was past. Now he needed to unite them. Summer brought sweltering heat to the Forbidden Forest, turning the dense canopy into a green sanctuary of shade. For Harry, returning to the Centaur herd felt like stepping back into a part of himself that had been muted during the school year. The forest magic flowed stronger here, responding to his call with an eagerness that wizard spells never quite matched. His welcome had been jubilant, even Bane acknowledging his return with grudging respect after the chamber incident. Firenze had immediately resumed his instruction, but with new urgency and focus on defensive applications of forest magic. The ministry grows bolder in its encroachment, Firenze explained during their first training session. Twice since the winter solstice, wizard officials have attempted surveys of our territory, claiming to update their records for the new regulatory department. What happened? Harry asked, practicing a technique for extending his awareness through tree root systems to detect distant intruders. They were persuaded to leave, Firenze replied with uncharacteristic dryness. But they will return, with greater numbers and ministry authority. The training intensified over the following weeks. Harry learned to channel his magic through the forest itself, creating barriers of entangled branches, pathways that appeared and disappeared at will, and communication networks using the natural resonance of ancient trees. The Centaurs taught him to combine these techniques with his wizard spells, creating hybrid defenses that would confound conventional magical countermeasures. The ministry expects standard protection wards, Megorian explained during a council meeting where Harry was now welcomed as a full participant. They will not anticipate defenses that breathe and grow like the forest itself. By mid-July, the first serious confrontation occurred. Harry was practicing far-sensing through a stream network when he detected unfamiliar magical signatures at the forest's edge, 5 wizards with ministry identification tags and equipment for mapping magical boundaries. He sent warning through the water to the main herd, then approached cautiously to observe. The ministry team had set up a perimeter of monitoring spells and was methodically cataloging magical creatures within range. Their leader, a square-jawed witch with short gray hair, consulted a thick rulebook as she directed the others. Centaur territory begins approximately 2 kilometers northwest, she instructed. We'll establish monitoring nodes every 100 meters along the boundary. Regulation subsection 12b requires notification, not permission, for installation. Harry recognized the dangerous implications immediately. These monitoring nodes would allow the ministry to track Centaur movements and potentially restrict their territory. He needed to intervene, but carefully. Direct confrontation would only validate Umbridge's claims about dangerous half-breeds and their sympathizers. Drawing on his integrated magical approach, Harry carefully connected with the forest floor beneath the ministry team. Rather than attacking or driving them away, he gently activated the natural magic in the soil and roots, causing their monitoring equipment to register false readings, showing the Centaur territory beginning much farther into the forest than its actual location. One of the younger officials frowned at his instruments. "That's strange. The magical signature boundary just shifted about half a kilometer deeper." "Recalibrate your equipment," the leader ordered. "These old forests have unstable magical currents." Harry maintained the subtle interference as the team continued their work, effectively creating a buffer zone between the ministry's monitoring network and the actual Centaur lands. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it would buy time for more substantial countermeasures. When he reported back to the herd, Megorian nodded approvingly. "Wisdom beyond your years, star child." Open defiance would have brought immediate escalation. "They'll realize something's wrong eventually," Harry cautioned. "But it gives us time to prepare." The incident accelerated the Centaurs' preparations. Ancient defensive measures, unused for centuries, were reactivated throughout the forest. Harry helped integrate his wizard knowledge with these traditional protections, creating layered defenses that would be difficult for ministry forces to penetrate. Midway through July, Harry reluctantly left the forest for his scheduled stay with the Weasleys, carrying Firenze's communication crystal and detailed knowledge of the defenses. His arrival at the burrow coincided with disturbing news from Mr. Weasley. "Umbridge has been promoted," he informed Harry gravely over dinner his first night. "She's now senior undersecretary to the minister himself. Her department has expanded to include a magical integration task force, with authority to enter any magical dwelling or territory for regulatory assessment." "That's just a fancy way of saying they can invade anywhere they want," Fred observed darkly. "Does Dumbledore know?" Harry asked. Mr. Weasley nodded. "He's been challenging the legal basis for these measures before the Wisengamot, but the process is slow. Meanwhile, Umbridge has been quite clever, presenting everything as modernization and standardization rather than restrictions. She's specifically targeted the Forbidden Forest in her recent statements," Mrs. Weasley added, passing Harry more mashed potatoes. "Claiming it harbors unregulated magical beings that pose a risk to students." "She means the Centaurs," Harry said quietly. "And me, by association." "Precisely." The Daily Prophet ran a piece yesterday questioning whether students with non-standard magical upbringings should receive additional supervision at Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley's expression was apologetic. "They didn't name you directly, but..." "Everyone knows who they meant," Harry finished. That night, Harry used Firenze's crystal to communicate the latest developments. The Centaur's face appeared in the crystal like a reflection in water, his expression grave as Harry relayed the news about Umbridge's promotion. "The stars have warned of this acceleration," Firenze replied. "Mars grows ever brighter, while Mercury's position suggests deception in high places." "What should we do?" Harry asked. "Dumbledore's fighting through official channels, but it's too slow." "We must create unexpected alliances," Firenze answered cryptically. "The prophecy speaks of bridges between divided communities. Perhaps it is time to build those bridges more actively." The next morning, an official ministry owl arrived bearing a formal notice addressed to Harry. The parchment, stamped with multiple official seals, informed him that as a minor wizard with non-standard magical education, he was required to register with the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Half-Breeds for educational assessment and integration counseling. "This is outrageous," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed after reading the notice. "You're not a half-breed. And even if you were, these regulations are discriminatory." "That's exactly the point, Mum," Percy commented. He had recently started working at the ministry and had been uncharacteristically quiet during discussions of Umbridge's department. The regulations are deliberately broad and vague to capture as many individuals as possible. What happens if I don't register? Harry asked. Percy looked uncomfortable. Technically, they could prevent your return to Hogwarts until you comply. The educational decree attached to these regulations gives the Ministry authority to review all student admissions. Harry considered his options. Registering would legitimize Umbridge's authority, but refusing could prevent him from returning to school. Neither choice was acceptable. I need to speak with Dumbledore, he decided. Through the Weasleys' Flu connection, Harry arranged an urgent meeting with the headmaster, who agreed to visit the Burrow that evening. When Dumbledore arrived, his normally twinkling eyes were serious as he examined the Ministry notice. I feared this approach, he said finally. Dolores is targeting you specifically, Harry, as both a symbol and a practical impediment to her agenda. What do you mean? You represent successful integration between wizard and non-human magical traditions, the very thing her department seeks to prevent. Moreover, your connection to the Centaurs gives them credibility among younger wizards through your study group at Hogwarts. So what should I do about this registration demand? Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. A direct refusal would play into her hands, giving her cause to bar you from Hogwarts. Yet compliance would undermine everything we're fighting for. He looked up with sudden decision. I believe it's time to implement a more creative response. The plan Dumbledore outlined was bold and not without risk. Rather than either accepting or rejecting Umbridge's authority, they would redirect the conversation entirely. Harry would respond with a public open letter, not to Umbridge's department but to the wider wizarding community, inviting dialogue about magical cooperation rather than regulation. We'll publish it simultaneously in the Daily Prophet, the Quibbler, and international publications like France's Le Sorcier Libre, Dumbledore explained. Frame the issue not as wizard authority over magical beings, but as an opportunity for mutual respect and shared knowledge between traditions. Will that stop her from blocking my return to Hogwarts? Harry asked skeptically. Combined with my formal response as your magical guardian, it will create sufficient public pressure to make such a move politically costly. Dumbledore's eyes regained some of their characteristic twinkle. Dolores craves power, but fears public embarrassment above all else. With Hermione's help, she arrived at the Burrow the following day, specifically to assist with this project. Harry crafted a thoughtful, measured open letter describing his unique educational experience bridging Centaur and wizard traditions. Rather than attacking Umbridge directly, he emphasized the benefits of magical cooperation and respectful exchange of knowledge. The greatest advances in magical understanding have always come from collaboration between different traditions, he wrote. From Newt Scamander's groundbreaking work with magical creatures to the Goblin-Wizard metallurgical partnerships that produced the Sword of Gryffindor, our history demonstrates that respect rather than regulation nurtures magical innovation. The letter concluded with a proposal for a magical traditions exchange program at Hogwarts, voluntary workshops where students could learn from representatives of different magical communities, from centaurs to mere people to goblins. That's brilliant, Ron said after reading the final draft. You're not fighting her rules, you're making them look small-minded compared to your vision. Exactly, Hermione beamed. Instead of appearing as a rebel, you're positioning yourself as a builder of bridges, exactly what the prophecy describes. When the letter was published 3 days later, the response exceeded even Dumbledore's expectations. The Daily Prophet ran it on the front page, followed by supportive statements from prominent wizarding families and educational experts. The Quibbler accompanied it with a surprisingly insightful analysis of historical wizard-centaur relations and the benefits of cross-species magical collaboration. International reaction was equally favorable. Le Sorcier Libre praised Le Jeune Potter's vision of magical harmony, while America's Magical Congress issued a statement supporting educational exchange between magical traditions. Umbridge's response was telling, a terse press release stating that regulatory oversight remains necessary for student safety, but notably lacking any direct criticism of Harry's proposal or threats regarding his Hogwarts attendance. Privately, Mr. Weasley reported that her position had been temporarily weakened by the positive public response to Harry's letter. "She's furious, but contained," he told Harry over breakfast. "The minister himself has suggested she recalibrate her approach to appear more collaborative." It was a temporary victory, but an important one. As August progressed, Harry divided his time between the Weasleys and the forest, strengthening both connections. The Centaurs continued preparing their defenses, while in the wizard world, Harry's magical traditions exchange concept gained momentum, with Dumbledore formally incorporating elements of it into the upcoming school year's curriculum. When September 1st arrived and Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express without interference, it seemed the immediate crisis had been averted. But as Firenze had warned during their last meeting, the stars show only a temporary alignment. The greater confrontation still approaches. Harry's third year at Hogwarts began with unexpected developments. Upon arriving at the castle, students discovered Dementors stationed at every entrance, allegedly to protect the school from Sirius Black, a dangerous escapee from Azkaban prison. The creature's chilling presence affected Harry particularly strongly, triggering horrific flashbacks of his parents' murders. "They sense your dual nature," explained the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Remus Lupin, after Harry collapsed on the train due to a Dementor's proximity. "To them, you represent a particularly complex soul, attractive and yet confusing." Lupin proved to be an exceptional teacher, combining practical defensive magic with thoughtful analysis of dark creatures' nature and vulnerabilities. Unlike previous defense professors, he showed immediate respect for Harry's integrated magical approach. "Your method of connecting with a creature's essence rather than simply countering its effects is fascinating," Lupin commented after watching Harry demonstrate a modified shield charm that adapted to the specific type of threat facing it. "It reminds me of certain obscure defensive techniques I encountered during my travels." The professor took a special interest in helping Harry develop a defense against the Dementors, teaching him the advanced Patronus charm. Harry's approach to the spell reflected his unique magical perspective. Rather than focusing solely on a single happy memory as traditionally taught, he learned to channel the interconnected joy he felt in both his forest and human families, creating a Patronus with unusual characteristics. Remarkable, Lupin breathed when Harry finally produced a fully corporeal Patronus during their private lessons. "I've never seen one quite like it." Harry's Patronus took the form of a stag, but with subtle differences from the standard manifestation. Its antlers seemed to branch like living wood, and starlight appeared to shimmer along its flanks. When it moved, it combined the grace of a forest creature with something more cosmic, as if partially composed of the night sky itself. "It reflects both sides of your heritage," Lupin explained. "The stag represents your father, James. His animagus form was a stag. But the cosmic aspects clearly come from your centaur upbringing." This revelation about his father's animagus ability led to another shocking discovery. Sirius Black, the escaped prisoner supposedly hunting Harry, had been James Potter's best friend and Harry's godfather before allegedly betraying the Potters to Voldemort. The story emerged gradually through conversations with Lupin, who Harry learned had been part of the same friend group at Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Harry's magical traditions exchange initiative took concrete form. Dumbledore had incorporated it into the official curriculum as an elective series of workshops, with the first session featuring Firenze himself, who agreed to visit the castle monthly to teach interested students about centaur astronomy and its magical applications. The initial workshop, held in October, drew over 50 students from all houses. Firenze conducted the session on the castle grounds beneath the night sky, demonstrating how centaurs read the stars and connected cosmic patterns to earthly magic. "The heavens speak to those who listen properly," Firenze explained to the rapt students. "Not through divination as humans understand it, but through recognition of the eternal patterns that flow from stars to earth and back again." Even skeptical students like Draco Malfoy found themselves engaged by Firenze's dignified teaching style and the practical applications he demonstrated, using star positions to strengthen certain types of magic and determine optimal timing for complex spells. "I still think full wizard magic is superior," Draco commented afterward, though without his usual sneering tone. "But I have to admit, some of these techniques could be useful additions." The workshop series continued throughout the autumn, featuring not only Firenze but also other magical beings, a mermaid scholar from the lake who taught water-based magic from the shoreline, a delegation of goblins discussing metalwork enchantment, and even a house elf presentation on their unique form of wandless magic, arranged by Dumbledore despite ministry disapproval. These sessions provided valuable cover for Harry's more serious work, building a network of allies across magical communities in preparation for the confrontation Firenze's stars continued to predict. After each official workshop, Harry would meet privately with representatives of the various magical groups, discussing Umbridge's regulatory threats and developing cooperative defensive strategies. "The Ministry doesn't understand what they're risking," Carcax, a goblin metalsmith, told Harry during one such meeting. "Their regulation undermines ancient magical balances. If Centaurs lose their autonomy, all non-wizard magical communities become vulnerable." Similar concerns emerged from each group, creating common cause among traditionally separate or even antagonistic magical beings. Harry's unique position as both wizard student and forest-raised, star child, made him a natural intermediary, trusted by Centaurs yet able to move freely in the wizard world. Dolores Umbridge, meanwhile, had not abandoned her agenda. Though Harry's public letter had temporarily blunted her direct attacks, she continued consolidating power at the Ministry. Through Percy Weasley's reluctant reports, Harry learned that Umbridge had expanded her department's authority and was drafting comprehensive legislation to standardize relations between wizards and all magical beings. "She's calling it the Magical Entity Management Act," Percy explained during a Hogsmeade weekend visit. Mima would require all non-human magical beings to register with the Ministry, restrict their movement through wizard territories, and place their education under Ministry supervision. "Including the Centaurs who raised me?" Harry asked. Percy nodded uncomfortably. "Especially them. There's a whole section on rehabilitative education for wizard children who've had excessive exposure to non-standard magical influences." The implications were clear: if Mima passed, Harry could potentially be placed in a rehabilitation program to correct his centaur-influenced magical development. Worse, the centaur herd itself would face registration, restriction, and potentially relocation from their ancestral forest home. "We need to accelerate our preparations," Harry told Firenze during their next communication. "How soon can Mima be implemented?" "The stars suggest the winter solstice brings a critical juncture," the centaur replied. "Mars and Saturn align in a configuration of conflict not seen for 7 decades. Harry shared this timeline with Dumbledore, who confirmed through his Wizengamot contacts that Umbridge planned to introduce the final legislation shortly before the Christmas break, when students would be away from Hogwarts and unable to organize opposition. "We must be prepared for both legal and practical resistance," Dumbledore advised. "I will continue challenging the constitutional basis for such regulation, but Umbridge has been clever in framing everything as safety measures that appeal to wizarding families' fears." November brought another layer of complexity to the situation when Harry finally encountered Sirius Black, not as his parents' betrayer, but as a wrongfully convicted man framed by Peter Pettigrew, who had been hiding as Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, for 12 years. Though Pettigrew escaped during the confrontation, Harry gained both the truth about his parents' deaths and a connection to his human family through his godfather. "Your mother and father would be proud of what you're doing," Sirius told him before going back into hiding. "James always stood up for those the Ministry treated unfairly. And Lily, she saw the beauty in all magical beings, not just wizards." This personal connection strengthened Harry's resolve as the winter solstice approached. Through his network of magical allies and his study group, which had evolved into a practical defense association preparing for potential conflict, he coordinated a multi-layered response to Umbridge's impending legislation. The plan crystallized during a secret gathering in the Room of Requirement a week before the Christmas break. Representatives from each allied group, Centaurs, via communication crystal, Mere-people, through an enchanted water portal, House Elves, led secretly by Dobby, whom Harry had freed from the Malfoys the previous year, and Goblin liaisons, joined selected student leaders from Harry's defense group. "Umbridge will introduce Mima to the full Wizengamot on December 21st, the solstice itself," Harry explained to the assembled allies. If passed, implementation would begin immediately, with mandatory registration of all non-human magical beings by January 15. The timing is deliberate, Hermione added. Many Wisengamot members will be distracted by holiday preparations, and students who might organize opposition will be away from school. What is our response? Asked the mermaid representative, her voice bubbling through the enchanted water. Harry outlined the three-pronged strategy they had developed. First, a legal challenge coordinated by Dumbledore, citing ancient magical treaties that predated the Ministry itself. Second, a public education campaign revealing the true implications of Mima, launched simultaneously in multiple publications worldwide. And third, most critically, a coordinated demonstration of unified magical resistance, centered on the Forbidden Forest but extending to magical communities throughout Britain. Not violent resistance, Harry clarified. But a visible, unmistakable statement that magical beings will not surrender their autonomy without consequence. The details of this demonstration were complex and required precise coordination. On the solstice, as Umbridge presented her legislation, each magical community would activate ancient protective magic around their territories, magic that predated wizard governance and connected to the land itself. The combined effect will be a visible magical aurora above each territory, Harry explained. A reminder that these lands and communities existed long before the Ministry and are protected by magic more fundamental than wizard law. The Centaurs' role would be central, as their forest territory at Hogwarts would serve as the focal point for the magical demonstration. Harry would return to the forest for the Christmas break to help coordinate their efforts, while Hermione and Ron remained at Hogwarts to manage the student component of the response. As the meeting concluded, Firenze's voice came clearly through the communication crystal. The stars align as foretold. The Star Child stands at the crossroads of conflict, bridging divided worlds. But beware, I sense another presence moving beneath these events. The darkness that retreated before now advances under new cover. This cryptic warning troubled Harry, but with the solstice rapidly approaching, there was little time to investigate further. The final week of term passed in a blur of preparations. Harry's defense group, which had taken to calling themselves the Cooperative, in reference to their multi-species alliance, practiced coordinated magical techniques combining elements from various traditions. On the last day before break, Professor McGonagall called Harry to her office. "Potter, the headmaster asked me to inform you that your usual transportation to the forest has been arranged for tomorrow morning. Hagrid will meet you at the entrance hall at 7. "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied. Then, hesitating briefly, he asked, "Do you know about our plans for the solstice?" McGonagall's expression remained carefully neutral. "I am aware of certain educational demonstrations planned during the break. As Deputy Headmistress, I can neither endorse nor prohibit activities that occur while students are technically not under school supervision." Her eyes, however, conveyed a different message. "I would simply advise caution, Mr. Potter. Some at the Ministry would use any excuse to intervene more directly at Hogwarts." The warning was clear: Umbridge might be looking for provocation to bring Ministry forces to the school itself. Harry would need to ensure their demonstration remained peaceful and technically legal, no matter how provocative Umbridge became. The following morning, Harry bid farewell to Ron and Hermione, who would be staying at Hogwarts with a small group of other students to coordinate the school-based response. Then he met Hagrid for the journey to the Centaur territory. "Been some strange folks snoopin' round the forest edges lately," Hagrid informed him as they walked. "Ministry types with measurement equipment. Had to remind him that the forest boundaries are under Hogwarts protection, not Ministry jurisdiction." "For now," Harry said grimly. "That's exactly what Umbridge wants to change with Mima." When they reached the Centaur territory, Harry found the herd in full preparation mode. Ancient stone circles hidden deep within the forest had been uncovered and reactivated. Magical pathways connecting sacred groves pulsed with renewed energy. Centaur foals practiced carrying messages while adults reinforced protective enchantments around their most important sites. Megorian greeted Harry with formal gravity. "Star Child, you return at the critical hour. The celestial alignment approaches its zenith. Everything is ready at Hogwarts, Harry reported. And our allies in other territories stand prepared. Has there been any direct ministry approach to the herd? 3 attempts in the past week, Bane answered, his expression dark. Officials bearing notification of impending regulatory implementation. They were escorted back to the forest boundaries. Without violence, I hope. Harry asked quickly. We are not fools, Harry Potter, Bane snorted. No arrow was knocked, no threat was made. But neither did we accept their papers or acknowledge their authority. Harry spent the next 2 days helping finalize the solstice preparations. The Centaurs had identified 7 ancient power nexus points throughout their territory. At each point, a specialized team would perform astronomical alignments coordinated with the solstice sunset, activating protective magic that hadn't been fully awakened in centuries. The magic does not create new barriers, Firenze explained as they visited each site. It simply reveals and reinforces the natural boundaries that already exist, boundaries based on the land's own magical nature rather than wizard-drawn maps. And this will happen simultaneously at all the Allied territories. Harry confirmed. As the solstice sun sets across Britain, each community will activate their nexus points in sequence, creating a cascading web of visible magical acknowledgement. Firenze's blue eyes were solemn. It is not an attack, but a reminder, these magical bonds existed long before the ministry and will endure long after. The evening before the solstice, Harry used the communication crystal to check in with Ron and Hermione at Hogwarts. Their faces appeared in the crystal's surface, looking tense but determined. Everything set here, Hermione reported. 27 students will position themselves around the castle grounds at the designated points. When the forest activates, we'll channel the magical current through the school's own foundation stones. Any word from Dumbledore at the ministry? Harry asked. Ron nodded. Dad sent an update. Umbridge has scheduled her presentation for noon tomorrow, prime Wisengamot time. Dumbledore and his allies have prepared their legal challenge, but he warns it might not be enough to stop the initial vote. That's why the demonstration is so important, Harry reminded them. We need to show both the ministry and the wider wizarding public what's really at stake. After ending the communication, Harry sought out Megorian for a final review of their plans. He found the Centaur leader at the highest point in their territory, consulting with other elders beneath the clear winter stars. The heavens are particularly eloquent tonight, Megorian observed as Harry approached. See how Mars flares bright, while Venus forms a perfect triangle with Jupiter and Saturn. Harry looked up, his centaur-trained eyes immediately identifying the configuration. A triangle of power and protection, with conflict at its heart. Well interpreted, Star Child. Megorian seemed pleased. Tomorrow's demonstration must achieve the delicate balance those stars depict, showing strength while avoiding open conflict. That's been our intention from the beginning, Harry assured him. A demonstration, not a declaration of war. Megorian's expression grew grave. Yet war may come regardless of intention. The dividing hand does not seek compromise. The solstice dawn broke clear and cold over the forbidden forest. Harry rose before the sun, performing his morning meditation beside an ancient oak that stood at the center of the Centaur village. As the first rays touched his face, he felt the forest's magic stirring more actively than usual, responding to the solar alignment and the preparations they had made. By mid-morning, the Centaur herd had gathered at the primary nexus point, a natural amphitheater formed by 7 massive trees growing in a perfect circle around a crystal-clear spring. Harry watched as specialized teams departed for the 6 secondary nexus points, each carrying astronomical instruments and ceremonial items for the activation ritual. We begin at precisely 16 minutes before sunset, Firenze reminded the assembled Centaurs. The alignment must be exact for the full manifestation to occur. Harry's role would be at the central nexus, where his unique ability to bridge wizard and centaur magic would help stabilize the initial activation. As noon approached, the time when Umbridge would be presenting Mima to the Wisengamot in London, he centered himself, reviewing the complex magical sequences he would need to perform. The communication crystal in his pocket suddenly grew warm. Harry withdrew it to find Hermione's face looking urgently up at him. "Harry! Something's wrong. Ministry officials have arrived at Hogwarts, at least 20 of them, led by Umbridge herself." "What? She's supposed to be at the Wisengamot presenting Mima. That's been delegated to her assistant. She's here with what she's calling a magical entity management implementation team. They're demanding immediate access to the Forbidden Forest for preliminary assessment." Harry's mind raced. It's a trap. She's hoping to provoke an incident during the solstice demonstration that would justify stronger measures. Exactly. Dumbledore's still at the ministry. McGonagall is stalling them, but Umbridge has official documentation authorizing the inspection. They're gathering at the forest boundary right now. Harry quickly relayed this information to Megorian and Firenze. The Centaur leaders exchanged grave looks. "The stars warned of deception," Firenze said quietly. "This is a deliberate provocation. If ministry officials enter our territory during the solstice ritual, they could interpret the magical activation as an attack," Megorian added. "It would give them the pretext they seek." Harry made a quick decision. "I'll go meet them at the boundary. As both a wizard and forest dweller, I can legally serve as an intermediary. I'll stall them until after the demonstration is complete." "It is dangerous to confront the dividing hand directly," Megorian cautioned. "More dangerous to let them disrupt the ritual," Harry countered. "The entire network of demonstrations depends on our activation here proceeding as planned." Reluctantly, the Centaur elders agreed. Harry would approach the ministry team while the Centaurs proceeded with their preparations. If he could delay Umbridge until after sunset, their demonstration would be complete before any confrontation occurred. Harry raced through the forest paths, using his intimate knowledge of the terrain to take shortcuts impossible for outsiders to navigate. As he approached the boundary, he slowed, listening carefully. Voices carried through the winter air, human voices, sharp with authority and impatience. "This inspection is authorized by Ministerial Executive Order 16, came a high, girlish voice that could only belong to Umbridge herself. "You have no authority to deny us access, Professor McGonagall." "I am not denying you access, Madam Undersecretary," McGonagall's crisp tones replied. "I am simply pointing out that protocol requires notification to the forest dwellers before any official entry. As Deputy Headmistress, I cannot sanction an unannounced incursion that might provoke unnecessary tension." "These protocols you refer to are precisely what the Magical Entity Management Act will standardize," Umbridge responded sweetly. "Non-human magical beings cannot simply declare their own rules for engagement with the Ministry." Harry emerged from the tree-line to find an alarming scene. 20 Ministry officials in formal robes stood in a semicircle facing the forest. At their center stood Dolores Umbridge, a short, toad-like woman with a wide, slack mouth and bulging eyes. Despite the December chill, she wore a fluffy pink cardigan over her ministry robes and a small, girlish bow in her short brown hair. The contrast between her saccharine appearance and cold eyes was deeply unsettling. Opposite the ministry group stood Professor McGonagall, along with Professors Flitwick and Sprout. Behind them, at a slight distance, Harry could see Ron, Hermione, and several other students from the cooperative, observing but careful to appear uninvolved. "Perhaps I can be of assistance," Harry called, stepping fully into view. All eyes turned to him. Umbridge's face underwent a fascinating transformation, initial surprise, followed by calculation, and finally settling into a wide, unconvincing smile. "Ah, Mr. Potter," she said in a voice of poisonous sweetness. "How convenient. We were just discussing the necessity of inspecting your unusual childhood home." Harry approached calmly, stopping at McGonagall's side. "Madam Umbridge, I presume. I've heard a great deal about your work at the Ministry." "Senior Undersecretary Umbridge," she corrected, her smile tightening. "And yes, my department has been quite concerned about your situation. A wizard child raised by centaurs, exposed to who knows what kind of inappropriate influences and unregulated magic. I'd be happy to discuss my education with you, Harry replied pleasantly. In fact, I've been hoping for an opportunity to share how beneficial the integration of different magical traditions can be. This was not the confrontational response Umbridge had clearly expected. She blinked, recalibrating. Very cooperative of you, Mr. Potter. However, today we are here to conduct a preliminary assessment of the Centaur territory in preparation for implementing new regulatory standards. Harry nodded thoughtfully. An important undertaking that should be done properly, with full respect for Centaur customs and sovereignty. As someone familiar with both ministry procedures and Centaur protocols, I'd be glad to help facilitate a properly arranged visit. That won't be necessary, Umbridge said, her voice hardening slightly. We have full ministry authority to proceed immediately. Of course you have the authority, Harry agreed smoothly. But I wonder if you have the practical capability? The forest has its own protections, you see. Pathways that shift for those who haven't been properly introduced. Sacred sites that conceal themselves from unwelcome visitors. This was partially true, the Centaurs' preparations had indeed activated some of the forest's natural defenses. But Harry was primarily stalling, watching the sun's position as it began its winter descent toward the horizon. They needed another hour before the solstice ritual would begin. Umbridge's smile vanished entirely. Are you suggesting the Centaurs would magically interfere with a ministry inspection? Because that would constitute a direct violation of Section 8 of the Beast Division regulatory framework. Not at all, Harry responded, maintaining his calm demeanor. The forest itself has ancient magic predating both the Ministry and Hogwarts. The Centaurs respect and work with these natural protections rather than imposing their own. He gestured toward the forest edge. For instance, do you see that pathway there? To untrained eyes, it appears to lead directly into Centaur territory. But without proper introduction to the forest, anyone following it would find themselves walking in circles, eventually returning to this exact spot. Several ministry officials exchanged uncertain glances, clearly reconsidering the wisdom of plunging into the forest without guidance. Magical misdirection is classified as obstruction of ministry business, Umbridge stated, though with slightly less confidence. It's not misdirection, Harry corrected gently. It's the forest's natural magic responding to intent and relationship. I'd be happy to demonstrate by taking you on a properly introduced visit, perhaps tomorrow, when the Centaurs can be notified and prepare an appropriate welcome. Umbridge's eyes narrowed as she realized Harry was deliberately delaying. Mr. Potter, are you aware that interfering with an official ministry inspection is an offense punishable by significant fines and potentially educational probation? I'm not interfering at all, Harry replied. I'm offering to facilitate a successful inspection by ensuring it follows proper protocols. Professor McGonagall has already pointed out that unannounced entry could create unnecessary tension. The standoff continued as the sun crept lower. Harry could sense the approaching time for the solstice ritual and knew he needed to keep the ministry team occupied for just a little longer. He launched into a detailed explanation of Centaur diplomatic customs, forest navigation principles, and the historical precedents for ministry Centaur interactions, drawing on everything Hermione had researched over the past months. Umbridge grew visibly impatient but found herself unable to simply dismiss Harry's politely delivered information. Several of her team were actually taking notes, apparently finding the cross-cultural insights valuable for their work. As the sun touched the tops of the tallest trees, Harry felt a subtle vibration through the soles of his feet. The Centaurs had begun the preliminary alignments at the 7 nexus points. He needed to keep the ministry officials distracted for just a few more minutes. Of course, the most fascinating aspect of forest diplomacy is the seasonal timing, he continued smoothly. Winter solstice traditionally marks a period of contemplation and boundary renewal for the Centaurs. It's actually considered inappropriate to initiate new diplomatic contacts during the solstice itself. Enough. Umbridge interrupted, her patience finally exhausted. Mr. Potter, it has become clear that you are deliberately obstructing this inspection. As Senior Undersecretary and head of the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Half-Breeds, I am ordering you to stand aside. We will proceed into the forest immediately. Harry felt another, stronger vibration. The main activation sequence had begun. In approximately 3 minutes, the magical demonstration would manifest visibly above the forest. He needed to keep the ministry team facing away from the tree line until then. "Madam Undersecretary," he said, allowing urgency to enter his voice for the first time. "I must strongly caution against entering without proper introduction. The winter magic is particularly active at sunset. For your team's safety concerns noted and dismissed." Umbridge cut him off. "Team Alpha, proceed into the forest using entry point 3. Team Beta, secure the boundary perimeter." The ministry officials began to move into formation. Harry exchanged a quick glance with McGonagall, who gave him an almost imperceptible nod. They needed a diversion, not confrontational, but sufficient to delay entry for another 2 minutes. At that moment, an unexpected ally emerged from the castle. Peeves the poltergeist came zooming across the grounds, carrying what appeared to be water balloons. With a cackle of glee, he began pelting the ministry officials. "Peevesy heard the toady lady wants to play in the forest," the poltergeist sang as he bombarded the sputtering officials. "Better wash up first. Ministry smells like paper and boredom." The disruption was exactly what they needed. As Umbridge and her team scattered to avoid Peeves' missiles, Harry felt the final vibration through the earth, stronger than before, a resonant hum that traveled up through his body. "Now," he whispered. Above the forbidden forest, the air began to shimmer. Colors like the aurora borealis, green, blue, silver, and gold, rippled outward from the 7 nexus points, forming a luminous dome over the entire forest territory. The magical barrier wasn't solid, it was more like a visible manifestation of the forest's inherent magical boundaries, a shimmering declaration of ancient sovereignty. The spectacle was breathtaking. Even Umbridge, still trying to shield herself from Peeves, fell silent as she stared at the magical display. The colors pulsed in time with some cosmic rhythm, sending ripples of light across the winter sky. Within seconds, a distant glow appeared on the northern horizon, the Merpeople's territory in the Great Lake manifesting its own magical aurora. Then another light bloomed to the east, then south, then west, each representing another magical community activating their ancient boundaries in solidarity. "What is the meaning of this?" Umbridge demanded, her voice rising to a shrill pitch. "This is a coordinated magical demonstration without ministry approval. This constitutes illegal magical activity." Harry stepped forward, his voice carrying clearly in the suddenly still air. "This is not an attack or a threat, Madam Undersecretary. It is a reminder. These magical boundaries have existed since before the ministry was founded. They represent the inherent sovereignty of magical beings who have stewarded these lands for millennia." As he spoke, he felt a presence behind him. Firenze had emerged from the forest, along with Megorian and Bane. The 3 centaurs stood with dignity at the edge of the trees, framed by the shimmering aurora above them. "The forest acknowledges its boundaries this solstice night," Megorian stated formally. "As it has done since time beyond wizard record. This is outrageous." Umbridge sputtered. "Unauthorized magical displays, obstruction of ministry business," she rounded on Harry. "You organized this, Potter. This is deliberate interference with official ministry policy implementation." Before Harry could respond, another voice joined the confrontation, calm, powerful, and unmistakable. "Actually, Dolores, ancient solstice acknowledgements of magical boundaries are specifically protected under the Magical Heritage Preservation Act of 1702, said Albus Dumbledore, approaching from the castle. "No ministry authorization is required for traditional observances." Dumbledore surveyed the scene with apparent interest, the shimmering auroras, the gathered centaurs, the disheveled ministry officials still trying to dry themselves after Peeves' attack. "I see I've returned from London just in time for what appears to be a fascinating cultural exchange," he observed mildly. "Though I am curious why my staff was not informed of your intended visit, Madam Undersecretary." "This was an unscheduled preliminary assessment," Umbridge replied stiffly. And we encountered deliberate obstruction from both your staff and that boy. She pointed accusingly at Harry. Curious, Dumbledore mused. I was just at the Wisengamot, where your proposed legislation was being presented. It failed to achieve the necessary votes for passage, I'm afraid. Which means any preliminary assessment lacks proper legal foundation. This news clearly shocked Umbridge. That's impossible. We had the votes secured. Yes, until representatives from various magical communities presented compelling testimony regarding the potential consequences of such regulation, Dumbledore replied. The simultaneous magical demonstrations occurring throughout Britain proved particularly persuasive visual aids. Harry felt a surge of triumph. Their strategy had worked exactly as planned. The visible demonstration of magical communities' ancient connections to their territories had helped sway the Wisengamot against Umbridge's legislation. Umbridge seemed to physically shrink as she grasped the extent of her defeat. Her ambitious legislation had failed, her inspection team had been made to look foolish, and the very communities she'd hoped to subjugate had outmaneuvered her through peaceful, legal means. This isn't over, she said, her voice low and venomous. The Ministry will not be deterred from proper regulation of dangerous magical entities by theatrical displays and technicalities. Perhaps not, Dumbledore agreed pleasantly. But for tonight, at least, I believe we can all appreciate the remarkable magical heritage being celebrated around us. Won't you join us for some hot chocolate at the castle before your return to London? The house elves make it with a cinnamon twist that's really quite delightful. The invitation, so mundane after the tense confrontation, seemed to completely disarm Umbridge. Sputtering incoherently, she signaled her team to withdraw. As they trudged back toward the castle, she shot one last poisonous look at Harry. We'll meet again, Mr. Potter, she promised quietly. Your interference won't be forgotten. After the Ministry team departed, escorted by Professor Flitwick, the remaining group gathered at the forest boundary. The magical aurora continued to shimmer overhead, now synchronized with similar displays visible on distant horizons. It worked, Harry said, still hardly believing it. The demonstrations helped defeat Mima. For now, Dumbledore cautioned. Dolores Umbridge is not one to abandon her ambitions easily. She will regroup and try a different approach. But we've established something important, Hermione pointed out, joining them with Ron and the other students. The magical communities demonstrated unity without aggression. It creates a precedent for cooperation rather than confrontation. Firenze nodded his agreement. The stars foretold this moment of balance, conflict averted through recognition of ancient truths. And yet, Bane interjected grimly, Mars still burns bright. The greater conflict merely changes form, it does not dissipate. As if in confirmation of Bane's warning, the ground suddenly trembled beneath their feet. The magical aurora above the forest flickered, its colors momentarily disrupting into chaotic patterns before reforming. A cold wind swept across the boundary, carrying a whisper that raised the hair on Harry's neck. He comes, the air returns, darkness rises. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. It seems our success against the Ministry has triggered another, less welcome development. He turned to Harry. The prophecies converge more rapidly now. Both the Star Child's role as bridge between magical communities and the boy who lived's confrontation with Voldemort. You think he's returning? Harry asked, remembering Firenze's earlier warning about darkness advancing under new cover. I fear Voldemort has been watching these developments with great interest, Dumbledore replied. The division Umbridge sought to create between magical communities serves his purposes as well. Your success in preventing that division may have accelerated his plans. The shimmering aurora began to fade as the full solstice night settled over the forest. The demonstration had served its purpose, Mima had been defeated, and the unity of magical communities established. But as Harry stood at the boundary between the forest and Hogwarts, he felt the weight of both prophecies settling more firmly on his shoulders. What now? Ron asked, voicing everyone's uncertainty. Now, Harry said, looking from his human friends to his Centaur family, we prepare for what comes next. We've shown that magical communities can stand united. We'll need that unity for the greater challenge ahead. As if in answer, Fawkes appeared above them, circling in the last remnants of the magical aurora. The phoenix's song filled the winter night, a melody of both triumph and warning, celebrating what they had accomplished while preparing them for the darker battle to come. The Star Child stood at the crossroads of destiny, no longer forced to choose between his two worlds but called to unite them against a common threat. As boy who lived and forest-raised bridge builder, Harry Potter faced the convergence of prophecies with friends from both his lives beside him. Whatever came next, he would not face it alone. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.